Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. "44-year-old Stephanie Pavlons was last seen alive on August 23rd of 2022, captured on surveillance footage entering the truck of her longtime boyfriend, Matthew Pahl, and accompanying him to his physical therapy appointment at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin in Delafield. Cell phone records indicate that both devices pinged near the clinic at around 9:15 a.m., leaving about 16 minutes unaccounted for before Pahl checked into this appointment alone. Stephanie's decomposed body was discovered 17 days later on September 9th of 2022 by construction workers in a secluded wooded area north of Gulf Road, which is close to the clinic, with the medical examiner unable to determine her cause of death due to advanced decomposition. Matthew Pahl, now 57 years old and the father of their shared daughter from a relationship spanning over 20 years, is currently on trial for first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. He was arrested on September 18th of 2023. He pleaded not guilty on January 10th of 2024, and he's been held on a $2 million bond this entire time. The prosecution's case hinges on circumstantial evidence, including allegations of a controlling and abusive relationship with reports of physical harm, withheld medications, and documented incidents. Pahl's failure to report her missing, which that was very odd. Did he think he could just return home alone without her? His online searches for her obituary starting on August 26th of 2022, lists of non-extradition countries, that he was looking up, and a cadaver dog alert indicating human remains odor in the bed of his truck. This trial begins with opening statements on October 27th of 2025 in Waukesha County, Wisconsin, and it's expected to last until about November 7th of 2025. If convicted on the homicide charge, Matthew Pahl faces a mandatory LWOP, life without parole, sentence. So let's watch this trial together and hope that there will be justice for Stephanie Pavlons. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Gisela K. This is Grizzly True Crime and we are here to watch day one of the Matthew Pahl trial in Wisconsin. There's the judge. We started, if you're watching live with me, wait, let's do it like this. If you're watching live with me, we started a little bit later, as we like to do with many trials, so that we can defluff. And today, the judge said so far that the plan is opening statements, and then about 5 witnesses, and then the jury's going to go on a site tour, to see where Stephanie's body was found, probably to see where the apartments were as well, maybe the quick trip, things like that. So let's hope we timed it right. If not, don't worry. We've got lots to talk about, lots to do. If you didn't catch the trial prep, please first watch that or do that later for homework so that you're all caught up on the timeline and who's who and what's going on. But other than that, let's start watching this trial, shall we? The sound is on and boosted for you. Here is District Attorney Sue Opper. We're waiting for the opening statement. She apparently came out of retirement to do these opening statements. No, that's not accurate. To prosecute this case. Oh my goodness. So that must mean a lot to Stephanie Pavlons' family, because it is a bit of a tough case, given that it's a lot of circumstantial evidence. They have not been able to determine the cause of death of Stephanie Pavlons due to severe decomposition. But as we did in trial prep, oh my goodness, this guy is not a smart criminal. A lot of red flags pointing at him. I think the state can do really well, but I'm glad they got a highly experienced prosecutor on the case. Melissa said, justice for Stephanie Pavlons. Another trial from my home state. Wisconsin sets the bar for how investigations are done, but this guy is a moron. This guy, oh my word. Thank you so much for being a member for 25 months. Okay, here we go.
Okay, all 14 jurors are here. Good morning, everybody. And we're going to get going today. A little bit late start, but we'll just move forward.
Let me explain the late start, okay? Because I didn't do that either yet. So this morning, The judge was all ready to go, and then he said that one of the jurors got a little bit confused. Even though he felt that the instructions were very clear, he said this juror decided to go to work, to like go into work instead of reporting for jury duty. And he's like, what the hell? Call them back. So yeah, they had to turn around and come back to report for jury duty, and that's what delayed everything, right? For about, it was gonna be about a 90-minute delay, but it ended up only being about a 30-minute delay. So there was that, and then this morning there was also one of the jurors that wandered out of the like waiting area and was walking around close to the courtroom, and then they were worried about what that juror may have heard or overheard, and so they did just a little mini questioning session with that juror just to make sure, what did you hear? And apparently it was nothing. But okay, so the trial, it was off to an interesting start.
So what's going to happen today is we are going to have opening statements by the parties, and then we'll have a couple of witnesses. And as I indicated, we will have the jury view after several witnesses. That'll be hopefully early afternoon. And then I'll give you specific instructions about what's going to happen when we do the jury view. So anything from the state before we start?
No, Judge.
Defense?
No, Judge.
All right, go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody. First, let me say thank you for your attention to this case and participation during the jury selection last Friday. I know that gets a little mundane at times, and it's the kind of thing they never show in the movies because it is so dull. No offense, Judge Ramirez, but we appreciate you participating and giving some honest answers to us. And more importantly, going forward, we thank you for your dedication to this trial over the next 2 weeks. We realize fully that, you know, this takes a lot out of your personal lives, your professional lives, and we appreciate that. So what I'm about to tell you is an opening statement, which is really a framework for you just to understand the evidence. You can kind of think of it like a movie trailer, right? I'm certainly not going to detail for you every little aspect of this case, but I'm going to kind of give you a general sense of what you can expect to see, right, in the coming days of this trial. If you could put up the PowerPoint, please. I just want to share with you 2 photographs as I speak with you this morning here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Stephanie Pavlons. She is the person who is the subject of this homicide trial. She's a person you will not hear from directly in this case. This is Stephanie as she was enjoying life one day. The next photograph, please. This also is Stephanie Pavlons. And this is what the case centers on, right? How did she end up dead in the woods in the town of Delafield in 2022? That's what the case is about. How did she get like this? You're going to hear a lot of testimony, ladies and gentlemen, and the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is be patient, right? This is a pretty complex case. It's not as if I can put one witness on the stand and have him or her explain the whole thing to you and we could be done in a day, right? You can realize if we're telling you this is going to take 2 weeks, you're going to have to be a little bit patient. You're given the opportunity to take notes. If that's something you're comfortable with, I would encourage you to take notes because there's a lot. There's a lot to keep track of. Maybe you're one of these guys that can just see it and hear it once and you're good. That's fine too. But the evidence that we're going to present to you through the course of these next 2 weeks is a culmination of a lengthy investigation, okay? You're going to hear that the Stephanie sadly was discovered by a construction crew who was out working in the area on the date of September 9, 2022. And you will hear that the reason they discovered her body is because there was an overwhelming odor as they were out working in the area. And that's what drew their attention to the woods and made them go into the woods to explore. And of course, made this horrible discovery. When investigators were first at the scene, along with the medical examiner and members of her staff, they could not even tell the gender of this person because the body had been so grossly decomposed over time. Judge Ramirez had warned you on Friday, some of these details are going to be a little bit gruesome, and we do apologize for that, but it's really important for you to know. The condition of the body when they found it was decomposed largely by insect infestation, maggots, so that her entire neck and face area was pretty much gone. There's no soft tissue. And I don't mean to sound flip, but her appearance was kind of similar to one of the Halloween skeletons you would see in your neighbor's yard this time of year, because there was no flesh, no soft tissue remaining. Stephanie Pavlons was 44 years old when she died. And you were going to hear a little bit of background about Stephanie, who she was. It's our understanding she grew up in Delafield. Her parents, Richard and GeorgeAnn, longtime residents. I think they said they lived in their house more than 50 years in the city of Delafield. And she's a young woman, probably about 24, 25 years ago now. She met the defendant, Matthew Pahl, at a bowling alley. And the two became involved with each other and remained involved in each other's lives till 2022. In fact, they had a child in common. They had a daughter born to them in 2003, Layla. They had never married. Their relationship is described by friends and family as on again, off again. It was obviously a personal relationship. They'd come in and out of each other's lives. They lived together. And then Stephanie would go back and stay with her parents for a time or two, and then they get back together. In 2022, the defendant, Matthew Pahl, had an apartment right on the other side of the golf course here, just down the street from us, off of Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha. And at that same time, we will present evidence to you that he was involved in an online relationship with two women in the Philippines, women that he had met through some kind of dating website or online chat room or something of that sort. And he was deeply involved with these women. This wasn't just like every now and then he'd chat them up and say, how's it going? He would talk to them on a daily basis. He became involved in an online sexual relationship with them. He would talk to them frequently. And he began to make plans to move to the Philippines with an intention, it seemed, to be involved in a personal or sexual relationship with one or both of them. He would describe Stephanie to these people as just a co-worker or an employee. This all became derailed, his plan to move to the Philippines, in about June or July of 2022, when he injured his foot in some type of accident, his foot or his ankle. And it laid him up. He was on crutches. He was in a walking cast or a boot type of thing. And he was struggling to the point where he had to rely on Stephanie more and more to help him with his daily cares, because if you've ever been on crutches, you know it's not easy just to grocery shop, right? So he starts relying on Stephanie more and more. She's much more involved in his life around this time, beginning in the summer of 2022. And this derails his plans to move to the Philippines. He had been hoping to get there by the end of the summer. He also starts treatment at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin on Gulf Road in the town of Delafield. Physical therapy. We talked about that on Friday. A lot of people have been there for physical therapy, right? Nothing unusual about that. But what is so significant about that is the date of August 23, 2022. That's a day you're going to hear a lot about. By the end of this trial, you'll be able to repeat it back to me, August 23 of 2022. Because that's the day we believe he killed Stephanie Pavlons in the woods just outside of Orthopedic Associates and right up against the golf course at Western Lakes. On that day, we will be able to prove to you that Mr. Pahl had an appointment at Orthopedic Associates. We will be able to prove to you that he and Stephanie left the apartment in Waukesha here, drove northbound on Delafield Street up to Grandview Boulevard, took a right, headed north up Grandview Boulevard, crossed Silvernail, where the old gas house used to be there, crossed I-94, crossed Gulf Road, and not crossed Gulf Road, got the Gulf Road, took a left. The new DMV station is up there right now. You may be familiar with that intersection. You will hear testimony that they stopped at the Quick Trip at that location, stayed there for about 20 minutes. Stephanie goes in, buys some breakfast food. Apparently they sit in the car, eat breakfast. Importantly, you will hear that they leave Quick Trip at about 9:11 a.m. and they arrive at the parking lot of Orthopedic Associates at 9:16 a.m. This will be proven by cell phone records. He arrives in the parking lot at 9:16 a.m., but he doesn't check in for his appointment until 9:34 a.m. So there's about a 16-minute gap there. He goes into his appointment. We will present records to you from the clinic. He's seen by a therapist at about 9:38 a.m. He goes back to meet with the therapist, and he's released at 10:33 a.m. The appointment is over. You will hear, based on cell phone records, that again, he goes out, well, strike that. Released at 10:33 a.m. You will hear from cell phone records that he does not leave the parking lot in the area of Orthopedic Associates until 10:53 a.m. During these two gaps, the 16-minute gap before the appointment and the 20-minute gap after the appointment, we have no idea where Mr. Pahl is or what he's doing. There's no activity on his phone. He's not moving anywhere. There's nothing that we could find that tells us what he's up to during these gaps of time. Also, on August 23 of 2022, from the time Stephanie Pavlons leaves that Quick Trip, and you'll see her drive out of the parking lot on a video, no one ever hears from her again. She doesn't talk to anybody. She's not seen by anybody. There's no video of her anywhere. She gets missed calls on her phone. She's not replying to calls. She's not responding to calls. She's not picking up her prescriptions. She's missing doctor appointments. She's gone. On September 9th of 2022 is the day the body is discovered. I just told you that. It's about 17 days between August 23 and September 9th of 2022. Well, what's Mr. Pahl doing during this time? Pretty much going on with his life. In fact, you may see some videos that you watch and you may conclude doesn't seem to have a care in the world. He continues chatting with the women in the Philippines. He continues making his plans to go to the Philippines, saying, I'll be there by the end of the fall. I just got to finish this treatment and I'll be there. But he's also saying some curious things to these women in the Philippines. And he also starts talking to his dad. Hadn't talked to him since June. Suddenly he's talking to his dad frequently. He's traveling up to Jackson off of Highway 60 to visit with his dad. His dad's coming down to his apartment. And he's telling his dad and he's telling his girlfriends something bad happened. But I can't send it in a text message. I can't talk about it in writing. We'll have to talk about it on the phone. He says he's worried about somebody. He even tells his dad he thinks he's in some kind of trouble. He also starts doing Google searches. He's searching for Stephanie Pavlons' name in the obituaries. He's searching the Waukesha, he's searching Google, just doing Google searches on her name. At this point, nothing had been made public about her death. There was a brief news article the day the body was found. But prior to the body even being found, he's looking up the obituaries for Stephanie Pavlons. He's Google searching her name. And he's got an app on his phone that's a police scanner. And he's checking that frequently, checking in what are the cops up to? What are the cops investigating nowadays? What kind of scene are they getting called to? All of this evidence will be presented to you. The one thing he doesn't do, the one thing Matthew Pahl does not do, ladies and gentlemen, that you will hear during this trial, is alert anybody to the fact that Stephanie is missing. He doesn't call her parents. He doesn't call the police. He doesn't ask the neighbors. He doesn't even call their own daughter. He doesn't lift one finger to alert anybody to the fact that Stephanie is gone. In fact, it's not until September 17th of 2022 that police go to his apartment with a search warrant to look for evidence. And that's the first chance they get to talk to Mr. Pahl about this. And what does he do? He lies. He lies about when he had last seen Stephanie. He lies about her whereabouts. He lies about her belongings. He lies about his own whereabouts. He lies. What he does, again, is try and cover his tracks. He tries to deflect the police and starts talking about Stephanie and her history. You see, Stephanie did have a hard life. There's no getting around it. There were times she felt hopeless. There were times she felt sad, depressed, lonely. She kept a journal. You'll hear some of these journal entries where she describes the despair that she's feeling in her life. And it will also be very clear from her journal entries that the cause of her despair and her hopelessness was the abuse that had been inflicted upon her by the defendant, Matthew Pahl. There was verbal abuse, emotional abuse, telling her she's stupid, she can't do anything right. There was physical abuse that she documented in her own journal. There was an occasion where she reported he hit her over the head with a bottle 5 or 6 times. There was an occasion where she reported he kicked her or punched her in the tailbone so bad she couldn't walk for days. There was an occasion where she reported he slapped her so hard in the face, around the side of the face, it broke an eardrum. She got medical treatment for that. She will describe Mr. Pahl as Jekyll and Hyde, somebody that can snap on a dime. The defendant, Mr. Pahl, tries to use this history for his own benefit. Again, cast the shadow a different way to the cops. I think she wandered off or maybe killed herself because, you know, she has this history. She's thought about suicide in the past. That's his answer to the officers on January 17th of 2022. Now, this investigation was lengthy. It took a year for the detectives to put this whole case together. And that's why it's going to take us 2 weeks to present it to you, right? The officers executed search warrants. They collected evidence. They interviewed witnesses. They subpoenaed or got warrants for all kinds of records, cell phone records, bank records, medical records, email records, messaging app records, video surveillance, anything they could to kind of document this, they did it. They seized computers and cell phones, and then they have computer forensic experts who extracted the data off the phone. You're going to hear a lot of testimony about that. They even enlisted the help of a human remains detection dog or a cadaver dog. This is a canine that's trained specifically to detect the odor of decomposing human remains, just like you might see a dog at an airport detecting bombs or drugs or something like that. This dog has a unique training, and she is trained to detect decomposing human remains. You will hear testimony that this dog searched Mr. Pahl's vehicle and gave a positive alert. She hit on the car, indicating she could smell decomposing human remains in his truck. So this is all kind of an overview of the type of evidence we're going to present to you. There's one thing we won't be able to present to you, and that's the cause of death. Now you may say, how in the world are you going to prove a murder case when you don't know how she died? Well, Judge Ramirez will instruct you on the law at the end of the trial, and he's going to tell you that, in fact, the burden of proof on the state of Wisconsin is not to prove how she died. You will not be asked that at the end of the case. You will be asked, did Matthew Pahl intentionally kill Stephanie Pavlons? Is he guilty of that allegation by the state or not guilty? The fact is, Dr. Scheel, our medical examiner, will tell you that the body was decomposed so badly she couldn't make a lot of her normal findings that she could otherwise. Most of the major organs were missing, soft tissues missing from crucial areas on the body. The rest of the body was dark and discolored, leathery type skin from being out in the elements for 17 days. And that's why you have count 2, which is hiding a corpse, right? Because we believe the evidence will show you that this was all at the hands of Matthew Pahl. He purposely left her in the woods in a spot where she wouldn't be found for 17 days to his advantage. Now the medical examiner can't even tell us what caused her death. That's why there's a law that prohibits people from hiding a corpse. We believe there's going to be a lot of evidence of him covering his tracks. He tells one of the girlfriends in the Philippines he's going to be ready when the cops come. He deletes text messages. He does all kinds of things to cover up. So, again, I'm asking you to be patient and pay good attention, because every witness has something important to tell you, right? Not one witness is going to tell you the whole story, but everybody has one little thing. And we believe that at the end, when we have presented our entire case to you, you will be convinced that Matthew Pahl is guilty of these charges we've levied against him. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence we will present to you is a timeline of his activities, to the best of our ability to piece it together between August 23 and September 9 of 2022. And you're going to see from that timeline that we have painted him into such a very small corner. The only reasonable conclusion you can reach is that he's guilty of killing Stephanie Pavlons in an intentional act. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wolff?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
Well, that was very good, right? Very impactful. I put the label over here today, the little banner that I normally have up here, so that it doesn't block the prosecutor's face. Okay, so if you missed trial prep, then maybe you're also wondering, damn, how are they going to prove this case? A little bit challenging, but damn. In the trial prep we did yesterday, oh my goodness, that probable cause affidavit is so detailed. It's 14 pages long, and I think after reading it, we were all like, well, this should be interesting. Why is this guy even taking this to trial? Just plead guilty, dude. Like, what are you doing? He was so dumb every step of the way. My goodness. Searching on Google for obituaries and then his girlfriend's name before anyone knew that she was missing and deceased. So even that, but there's so much more that I'm sure we're going to hear, right? So welcome to watching another trial with me. Please like and share so others know we are live right now watching a trial. They say it's going to last about 2 weeks. It's set until November 7th or so. But yeah, it could always be shorter. You never know. We shall see, right? Okay, now the defense's opening statements. Here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. I wanted to thank you again. Attorney Galaviz and I will be presenting the case for Mr. Pahl. And I also wanted to thank you for spending the time here and making sure that Matthew gets a fair trial. One night last week, I was at home sitting at the kitchen table going over some evidence in this case. My wife arrived home, fed the dogs, changed into sweats, and popped some kind of pre-made dinner from Costco into the oven. She reminded me that our daughter's birthday was in a few days, and we were planning on taking her out to dinner. See, Melanie is a sophomore in the dorms at Marquette. Christine decided she would make a cake for Melanie. We did not have cake mix at the house, so she decided to make the cake from scratch. I offered to help, but Christine does not allow me to bake. She trusts me to cook dinners. In fact, I actually do most of the cooking for the family, but she does not trust me to bake. You see, cooking is an art, whereas baking is a science. I simply cannot, more like I do not want to follow specific recipes. So I stayed at the table and continued to go over police reports. Christine opened her laptop, Googled a recipe, chocolate cake from scratch, then went to our pantry to start looking for ingredients. All the basics: flour, sugar, cocoa powder, salt, a few items from the refrigerator, milk and eggs. Christine had most everything spread across the kitchen counter, then went back into the pantry. She was searching every shelf. I asked what she was looking for. Not that I would know where anything was. She finally said baking powder. The recipe calls for 2 teaspoons of baking powder. I pictured in my head how little 2 teaspoons is. How could that really make a difference? Neither of us wanted to leave the house and drive to the store. After a bit of discussion, I finally won the argument. Christine agreed to go ahead and follow the recipe for chocolate cake, less the baking powder. She pulled dinner from the oven, lowered the temperature, and put the cake in. We enjoyed our dinner. 30 minutes later, dinner was eaten, the table and counters were cleaned up, and the oven buzzer notified us the cake was done. Christine turned off the oven, opened the door, and pulled the cake pans from the oven, and then she called me over. We both stared at the cake pans on the counter. While I may have won the argument about skipping baking powder, I knew I lost. I would be driving to the store the next day and hitting the bakery for a cake. I sat back down on the table and started reading police reports. Then I realized that this cake and criminal trials in general are like a recipe. Again, this is a criminal case. Over my 10 years as a police officer, then 23 years as a lawyer, I've learned that criminal cases are more important than regulatory actions, commercial litigation, and every other type of case. Criminal cases involve the most serious kind of government action and core individual rights and liberties. There is just more at stake, ladies and gentlemen, in a criminal case, so this process is really important. In the spectrum of legal proceedings, a criminal case is up here and everything else is down here. The government, through the district attorney, must have all the ingredients. Without those necessary ingredients, the accused person must be found not guilty. You will find this case very interesting. This is my client, Matthew Pahl. You've heard the elements for the 2 charged offenses. You heard them on Friday. You'll hear them again throughout the case. You've heard the government's belief about what may have happened in August and September of 2022. No witnesses will be able to testify with any certainty how Stephanie Pavlons' life came to an end. In a homicide case, the government always relies upon the testimony of one critical witness, that being the medical examiner. In this case, the Waukesha County medical examiner will testify that despite exhaustive testing and investigation, they can sum up the conclusion about the manner and cause of Stephanie's death in one word: undetermined. For you, the jury, a thorough analysis of the facts and circumstances in this case is critical. For you to find Matthew guilty, you must find that the elements of the offenses have been proven by the government, and proven by the government beyond a reasonable doubt. I cannot be sure how each witness will testify, nor do I know how the judge may rule on any objections. What do we know for sure? We know Matthew Pahl and Stephanie Pavlons had been in some type of relationship for well over 23 years. They have an adult daughter together. We know Matthew and Stephanie were never married. They had an on-again, off-again relationship. Stephanie spent periods of time with Matthew, then spent extended periods of time with her at her parents' house in Delafield. We know throughout 2001 and 2002, Matthew had been communicating regularly with at least 2 girls in the Philippines. Stephanie was not only aware of this, but she also communicated with at least one of them. We know also that Matthew and Stephanie had medical issues and were taking prescription medication. We know Stephanie had a history of mental health issues. We know in the summer of 2022, May 23rd, Matthew broke his foot and needed to go through months of physical therapy. We also know Stephanie stayed at Matthew's apartment the night of August 22nd, 2022. And the next morning they left the apartment building and drove to Orthopedic Associates in the town of Delafield. They stopped at Quick Trip, as the state indicated. Matt attended his regular scheduled therapy appointment, then drove directly back to his apartment. Stephanie was no longer with him. We know that on September 9th, 2022, some workers were placing no trespassing signs along a small wooded area east of Orthopedic Associates and located Stephanie Pavlons' body. Finally, we know the Waukesha medical examiner cannot determine the cause or manner of death. You also heard from the state that Matthew did not report Stephanie missing to the police, but neither did anyone else. Not her daughter Layla, and not her parents. When you see certain evidence and hear certain testimony, you may not like Matthew Pahl, but you don't have to like him. This isn't a popularity contest. This is a criminal trial, and what you as a jury have to do is examine the evidence, listen carefully to the testimony, and make sure the elements of the charged offense have been met. If not, then you must find Matthew not guilty. The investigation into Stephanie's death involved the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, the Racine County Sheriff's Department, several area police departments, the Waukesha County Medical Examiner, and the State Crime Lab, among others. Well over 12 search warrants, at least 10 subpoenas, citizen interviews, countless hours scouring electronic media. Again, this was a very, very thorough investigation. There are a couple questions I want you to ask yourself when the government presents its case. Ask, how did Stephanie get from the front seat of Matt's truck to the small wooded area where she was found? Keep in mind, her body was found in a wooded area that is bound by a heavily traveled frontage road and interstate, a very busy health center, a golf course, and homes. Ask, if Matt carried Stephanie into that wooded area, when would he have done that? Keep in mind, the government has hundreds of hours of camera footage and cell phone mapping. Keep in mind, Matt was still dealing with a broken foot. Finally, ask, what proof does the government have that Stephanie was even killed by another person? It could have been suicide, it could have been medical issues, it could have been anything. I do agree with some of the things the prosecutor said. However, there are issues in this case, and those issues will support reasonable doubt. In a criminal case, the government, having the burden of proof, presents evidence first. Only after the prosecutor has presented their case will Matthew have the opportunity to present his case. We ask that each of you wait until you've heard from all of the witnesses, ours as well as theirs, before deciding what really happened. Further, I believe the government will not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Matthew Pahl committed the offenses for which he is charged. We expect that after you deliberate and carefully weigh the evidence in this case, you will return the only possible verdict, and that's a verdict of not guilty. Listen for the facts that support what the government is alleging. Listen for what can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And listen for those ingredients that the government must have for their cake, and be aware of what is missing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh dear. I don't know if the cake analogy is so great for a murder trial. I don't think so. Okay. Moving on. Defense opening statements. Thank you to Miranda A. for finding that defense attorney's name, Peter Wolff apparently, and the other defense attorney is Pablo Galaviz. Remember that guy? Oh my word, he was one of Jesse Krzyzewski's defense attorneys. Shame. Do you remember? Poor Pablo got accused of all sorts of things in the Jesse Krzyzewski trial. Wow. Okay. So we've heard the state's opening statements and the defense's opening statements. And now let's hear from the first witnesses.
Okay, look, if you could pull the podium back, please. And we'll pass out the notebooks, folks. And again, the bailiffs will give you instructions on what you do. The notebook that's yours. And then once everybody gets their notebook, you can bring your first witness and then have him or her ready to testify. Okay.
The judge is Ralph M. Ramirez. At least the jury gets notebooks. They can take notes.
Okay, everybody's got their notebooks? All right, sir, come on up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand once you get up here, please. You have to come right around here, sir. And then face our clerk. Come on, right, step up here.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. All right, have a seat, sir. And can you tell us your name, please?
Nicholas Fricano.
And spell the last name.
F as in Frank, R-I-C-A-N-O.
Okay. Actually, there's a couple spellings for Nicholas. Can you tell us yours?
N-I-C-H-O-L-A-S.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Fricano, where are you employed?
J.H. Findorf and Son.
Okay, and what is that?
They are a general contracting company.
Okay. What are your general duties for that company?
I'm a project manager, so overseeing all aspects of the project.
Okay. And on September 9th of 2022, was your company hired by Pro Healthcare to do some job?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, where were you asked to respond to?
We were asked to go to the Pro Healthcare owned land outside or surrounding the orthopedic hospital on Gulf Road.
Okay. And if you're looking at the orthopedic hospital facing north from Gulf Road, where is the Pro Healthcare land in relation to that area?
It's located on the east as well as on the west side of the orthopedic hospital.
Okay. So it kind of surrounds the Orthopedic Associates area?
That's correct.
Okay. And where is that in relation to the golf course?
It would be south of the golf course.
Okay. What were you asked to do when you got there?
We were asked to install no trespassing signs around the perimeter of the vacant land.
Okay. For both sections of the vacant land or just one?
For both sections.
Who was with you that day?
John Bergeson, one of our laborers, as well as Jason Panoski, one of our carpenters.
Okay. And what was supposed to be your job? Were you going to be overseeing them or actually putting in the no trespassing signs?
I was there to direct them on where to place the signs.
Okay. And had there been some no trespassing or some trespassing problems in that area?
The reason we were there was, I was told, was to stop some illegal farming or identify that person if they were to see the no trespassing signs with the phone number of Pro Healthcare Security on them.
Okay. Do you remember how many signs you had with you to put out there that day?
Not the exact number, I would say approximately a dozen.
Okay. And while you're out in the wooded area just east of the OAW, what did you locate? What did you observe?
So as we came around the south side of not the south side. We came from the south side of the property around to the north side to place another no trespassing sign. There we observed a very foul smell and then stumbled across the deceased person.
Okay. So when you said you came across the north side, is that on the golf course side?
Yeah, that was on the golf course side.
Okay. So you observe a foul smell. Are all three of you together, or have you kind of dispersed and all gone your separate ways?
They were following behind me with a wheelbarrow.
Okay.
We were pretty close.
So you place a sign on the north side of the tree area?
We placed a sign on the north side of the property on the golf road. It was off the curb of the golf road side.
Okay.
And then we came down around the tree line to the south side by the golf course.
Okay.
Or sorry, the north side by the golf course.
And that's when you smell something foul?
Correct, yeah, we smelled it when we got really close to the tree line.
Okay. What do you do next?
I instructed John Bergeson to pound in the sign. As he was pounding in the sign and placing it, I was just meandering around and saw a glimpse of the deceased victim.
Okay. What did you do next?
Initially, we were not sure what exactly it was. We went in a little bit closer to verify what it was. Once we got about 15 feet away from it, we realized it was a deceased individual. At that point, we exited the woods immediately and called 911.
Okay, so it wasn't until you were actually inside of the woods that you were able to see the deceased person?
No, I was inside the woods by about 5 feet when I saw them. So.
Okay. All right, so you said you called 911?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play for you what's been marked as exhibit number 1. I'm going to play a short portion and see if you can identify the voice, please.
Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin on Gulf Road.
Is that your voice, sir?
That is my voice.
Okay. And you're the one that called 911?
Correct.
Okay, I would move exhibit 1 into evidence and permission to publish for the jury.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, go ahead. It's admitted.
What's the address of the emergency?
It's the Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin on Gulf Road.
Okay, hang on just a moment. Okay, is that the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin?
Yep, it's behind it. It's in the vacant lot next to it.
Okay, what's the telephone number that you're calling me from?
414-239.
Just muted that.
Nick Fricano.
Okay.
North Construction.
And tell me exactly what happened.
We found a dead body in the woods when we were putting up stakes for no trespassing signs.
Okay. And you're just, where exactly are you in relation to the Orthopedic Associates? Are you behind it, you said?
Yeah, we're to the west and behind it, like between the golf course and that. If you want to have someone meet me up.
Are you to the west or are you to the east?
Or no,
sir?
sorry, to the east. Yes,
Okay.
to the east.
Okay.
Yeah, to the east of I'm standing in the parking lot of the hospital. We can walk back there.
Okay, and you're from a construction company?
Yep, yeah, we were putting up signs for Pro Healthcare on their lot, and we smelled something and then saw there's a dead guy back there. He's for a long time, so it ain't, he ain't coming back from it, so.
Okay. All right. What kind of vehicle are you going to be in so I can let them know?
I'm not in a vehicle. I'm in a red shirt with a white hard hat on.
Red shirt, white hard hat. Okay. Are you able to keep everybody away from it?
Yep, I got everybody out of there once we figured out what it is.
Okay. All right. I'll have a couple officers meet with you. Okay.
All right.
All right. Bye bye.
Yep. Bye.
Sir, you said in that 911 call that it was clear the person had been deceased for a while. How were you able to tell that?
They were missing quite a large amount of the body on the back side of them where it was in contact with the ground.
Okay. And you said, how close did you get to the body?
About 10 to 15 feet.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you just the witness first, what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Can you let me know when it's on your screen there? Okay. Do you recognize what we're looking at on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. What is that area?
That's the area where we found the deceased person.
Okay. I would move exhibit number 2 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 2's admitted, and you may do so.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie if we can zoom in a little bit. And sir, if you can tell me, where were you placing those no trespassing signs? If you touch the screen, it'll actually make a marking.
Okay. So I believe there was one on this side, somewhere around there.
Okay.
I can't get to the other one.
Is it further?
It's about where the Windows symbol would be for the start menu.
Okay. So it's down below in that grassy area?
Yeah,
we
it's
can
in the
maybe zoom
mode
out.
area by the...
Sure. We'll zoom out for you, and then you can... Oh, all right. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to ask the clerk to remove that, and then I'll ask you to mark both of the areas.
I'm quickly going to pause. Yesterday during the trial prep, we did Maptime, and now we're getting to see a little bit closer to, this area where Stephanie's body was found by this construction crew. That was on September 9th of 2022. When was she last seen? August 23rd of 2022. So about 17 days later, construction crew found a body in this wooded area. Now, if you look at this road here, that building is literally where the jackass on trial was going for his physiotherapy appointments. On August 23rd, he had his girlfriend, Stephanie Pavlons, with him in the vehicle. Surveillance tracked them from, as in surveillance at the apartment complex where they lived. There was surveillance there. The camera saw the two of them leaving, and she was carrying a purse, right? And then they went to the Quick Trip. Surveillance footage captured them there. That's the last footage of Stephanie Pavlons alive. Then he had this physiotherapy appointment. Then he returned home without her, but then in a plastic bag carrying her purse. The police were like, dude, we saw you go home without her. You had her pink water bottle and her purse. He's like, that wasn't her purse. It was my clothing. They're like, no, it wasn't. He also took her phone, her wallet, and everything back home with him. Just left her body out in this area. That's what the allegation is, right? That's what the state's going to prove. It's up to the jury to decide what they think about his innocence or guilt, but yeah, they laid it out very clearly there in that probable cause affidavit, and it makes sense because of all the cell phone evidence, the data, the video footage. And can you imagine, last thing I'll say, and then I'll play again. This guy is accused of murdering his girlfriend that he dated for over 20 years, and then disposing of her body here in this wooded area, and then going to his physio appointment right after that. That is so crazy. That physiotherapist must be so freaked out hearing that. Like, wait, what? Yeah, and that wasn't his only appointment. He went back for a few more.
Where you placed the no trespassing signs.
Yep. I believe there's one along here. I don't know the exact area.
Okay.
And then there was another placed along this area right here.
Okay, so then I would ask to preserve this as Exhibit 2A. Now, sir, where were you walking? Could you mark on the screen? Was it in this area, or do you need me to zoom out?
You'll need to zoom out.
Okay, so if we could clear the screen and zoom out, please. Where were you walking? Was it on the north side of the tree line near the golf course, or was it south below the tree line?
So when we started this side of the property, we started up front right here. We walked around this way, down there. They're cut through some taller brush right here, and then went back.
Okay.
And then put another sign probably approximately right there.
Okay, and that's actually on the other side of the trees if you were
Correct,
facing...
it is on the other side of the tree line. We did not cross through the woods there.
Okay, if we could mark this as Exhibit 2B, please. So as you make that path, approximately when did you observe the odor that you described as foul?
We got an initial smell of it approximately right here. It did go away.
Okay.
Once we were pounding in the sign right here, we did get a little bit more of the odor again.
Okay, that first circle that's a little bit, that's to the left of the photo, is that actually, you're inside the tree line or you're still outside of the tree line?
No, we were still outside of the main tree line. The grass just, it gets a little bit like unmowed, I would say.
Okay, and then that second circle that's further to the right of the photo, that's where you said the odor was stronger?
It came again. I don't know if it was probably consistent throughout the both times. And
then is that where you entered into the tree line?
Yes, I entered into the tree line at the second circle here. I was about 5 to 10 feet inside the tree line there when we first saw something.
You were 5 to 10 feet within the tree line when you first saw something?
That's correct.
Okay. So all of those other places that you'd been were you ever able to see the body?
No.
Okay, I would ask that this be marked as 2C, please. And then I'm going to show just first the witness, Exhibit 3. Is that on your screen now, sir?
No.
Okay.
Okay, there's something there.
You can see now? Okay.
Yes.
Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
What is that area?
It is the area we found the deceased victim, looking at it from the north.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 3 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? No, sir. 3's admitted.
Okay, so this is from the golf course side? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And at the very top of the picture, is that Gulf Road?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you drew with a line on Exhibit 2 where you entered. If you could draw here where you came around and then where you ultimately entered the tree line approximately.
So we came around this way. We entered the tree line somewhere in here.
Okay. I would ask that be marked as Exhibit 3A. And you said you placed an actual no trespassing sign within that outer area of the tree line?
Correct. It would be somewhere in the area I circled.
Okay.
Or close to it.
When you entered the tree line, were you immediately able to see the body?
No, I didn't see it immediately. I was kind of walking around a little bit there. It was very hard to, we didn't know what it was at first when we did walk into the tree line and did see something. It wasn't wood, so we were a little bit curious as to what it was. So.
Okay. Were you trying to find the source of the smell?
I don't specifically recall what exactly I was doing there. I was just kind of walking around.
Okay. And when you saw the body, were you able to determine if that was a male or a female that was laying there?
We were unable to determine.
Okay. And did you get very close to it?
We got about 10 to 15 feet away from it.
Why didn't you get any closer?
We didn't want to disturb anything.
Okay. And you were certain that no one else that was with you got any closer or touched the body or anything like that?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Did you talk to anyone before the police got there? You made that 911 call, but did you talk to anyone outside of your group before they got there?
Outside of my Findorf crew, no.
Okay. And so when law enforcement arrived, you spoke with them and gave them a statement, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you can remember, was the body closer to the tree line on this side where you entered or the opposite side where we saw on Exhibit 2?
It was probably closer to the far side, the side that we did not enter on.
Okay.
I did not take exact measurements, though.
Sure. And you didn't take photos, right?
No.
You saw the body and you immediately called 911?
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, sir, you named a couple other people that were working with you. Can you give us their names again and spell? There were 2 other people.
Yes.
What were the names?
But,
you can't spell that? Their names?
Yeah, it's...
This is the defendant, everyone. He's 57 years old now. I did check with his date of birth based on the probable cause affidavit. Yeah, this dude is 57. And he's on trial for the murder of his girlfriend, Stephanie Pavlons. And that was in August of 2022. They found her body September 9th of 2022. He was arrested in September of 2023. So it took about a year. Imagine all the Google searches in that time. Oh my word. Wow. And he didn't make it out, on his one-way ticket to the Philippines, because that was a plan of his at some point. Okay, so here he is. This is attorney Pablo Galaviz, who you might recognize from the Jesse Kershevsky trial. And this is the defense attorney who did the opening statements. I believe his name is Peter Wolff.
So the other people were Jason Panoski. Jason is the common spelling, and then Panoski is Penoske, I believe.
Okay.
And then the other one was John Bergeson. He's one of our laborers. John is the common spelling, and I do not know how to spell Bergeson.
Okay, but it's Bergeson or Bergerson?
Yeah, Bergeson.
Okay, all right.
Judge, it's Bergeson.
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Right. Mr. Galavis, go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. Now, I think you indicated that you were there on behalf of Pahl Health.
Yes.
Pahl Health owns this land just north of the wooded area, true?
That is correct to my knowledge.
And you also own the woods?
Also correct to my knowledge.
And your purpose was to keep people off the land just north of the woods and people out of the woods, true?
Yes.
Pahl Health was having problems with people walking on the land and people walking into the woods, true?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, you were putting no trespassing signs, true?
That's correct.
And that was to keep people out of the land and out of the woods, true?
No, it was to keep farmers from farming the land.
Well, why were you putting them on the golf course side? The farmers weren't farming the golf course side, were they?
We were instructed to put them around the property line.
So they were trying to keep the golfers out of the woods.
I don't know their intent.
And you indicated that you, while Jason and John were the primary persons who were posting the signs?
Yeah, they were pounding the signs into the ground and then screwing the sign to the post.
And you were more or less the supervisor.
That is correct.
And I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 401. Is it up on your screen yet?
I have nothing on the screen.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
That is the area we found the.
Judge, I asked that, be asked to publish it.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted, you may do so.
Again, defense exhibit number 401. I'm not sure if the jury has it on their screens. You do?
Yeah, if it's up there, it's, yeah.
I mean, was that what it was like around the area when you were out there with the vehicles parked in the parking lot over to the right of that screen?
There were vehicles parked here. I believe all these vehicles over here are sheriff's vehicles or similar. They were not there at the time.
And again, on this exhibit, could you mark where you entered the woods?
Somewhere in here.
Judge, could I save that screen? And again, when you entered,
Yes. Go ahead.
again, when you entered the woods, you said 5 or 10 feet, you were able to see something laying in the wooded area inside the woods, true?
Yes, that is correct. I was about 5 to 10 feet inside the wood line.
Did you ask for John and Jason to come over?
I did.
Did they come over by you?
They did.
Did all three of you enter the woods?
That is correct.
And all three of you entered where the something was laying on the ground in that area, true?
Correct.
Did you get right on top of it?
No, we were about 10 to 15 feet away from it.
So you didn't get near it?
No.
No. But Jason told the police he noticed that it was a female. Would you agree with that?
We were unsure of what it was at the time.
Did you hear Jason tell the police officers that it was a female laying in the woods?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 409.
You don't record it?
Yeah. I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit number 4, defense exhibit number 408. Do you see that on your screen?
I do.
Does it appear to be what you saw laying in the woods when you
That
were
is
standing
correct.
10 or 5 feet away?
Yes.
I'd ask that exhibit number 408 be published to the jury.
Any objection?
408 or 409?
408.
Thank you. No objection.
Okay, it's admitted.
So were you that far away when you saw when subsequently identified as an individual laying in the woods?
I would say based off this picture, we were a little bit further away.
Yeah, was it that clear to you, the wooded area?
What do you mean by clear to me?
Did it actually depict the way it looked in the woods?
Yes.
Did you notice that the burning pit was off to the right?
No.
So I take it after you and the two others observed what was there, strike that. When did you realize that it was an actual person laying there?
When we were about, I would say, 25 feet away.
So even farther away from closer to the entrance of the woods.
It's hard to determine.
How long did you stay observing the person laying in the woods before you exited and called the police?
I would say about 30 seconds.
Did you call the police while you were standing there looking at the person laying in the woods, or did you exit the woods?
We walked out of the woods, and then immediately upon exiting the woods is when I dialed 911.
Got a bit of a hot mic.
Exhibit number 408 seems to depict like a trail entering and exiting the woods. Would that be true?
I don't know if there was an established trail. It was not very dense.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Sir, you said you never got any closer to the body than 10 to 15 feet?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is the area north of Gulf Road, so between Gulf Road and the tree line, what is that area like?
It was very difficult to traverse. That's why we went around on the driveway side. So it was brushy
And you were told that you were there to put up no trespassing signs because someone was trying to farm that land?
that's what we were told. They were illegally farming that area.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, any recross?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Just letting the defense know, you have a hot mic. We don't mind it. We could double listen to the testimony and listen what they're whispering about, but just letting you know.
Next
Thank you,
witness.
sir. You're free to go. State will call Mr. Frascello.
Sir, if you come up to the witness stand to my right, please. And once you get up there, raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
All right, have a seat, sir. Tell me your name, please,
Frank Frascello.
and spell the last name.
Frascello.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Frascello, where are you currently employed?
I'm sorry?
Where are you currently employed?
I am currently working at a local Waukesha County Fire Department.
Okay. And in September of 2022, where were you employed?
The Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
How long were you employed as a Waukesha County Sheriff's deputy?
I was working there for a total of 10 years.
Okay. And on September 9th of 2022, what were your duties that day?
I was a patrol deputy.
Okay. And were you asked to respond to a call in the area of Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin on Gulf Road?
Yes.
What was the information that you had at the time you were asked to respond there?
That a couple workers in the area believe they had found a body.
Okay. And you were dispatched there at about 10:54 a.m.?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. When you arrived there, who do you make contact with?
There were a couple of workers that I had met with, and they explained that they were putting up no trespassing signs.
Okay. And were they able to show you where the body was actually located?
Yes, it was located in, they pointed it out to me, and it was located in a tree wooded area.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as exhibit number 2. We could show that to the publish for the jury, please. Are you familiar with this area, Mr. Frascello?
Yes.
It should be on the screen in front of you there, too. Okay. Is this the area that you were dispatched to?
Yes.
Okay. And I see some crime scene tape up there. Who placed that crime scene tape?
I assisted in placing the crime scene tape, but I don't know who else was assisting me.
Okay, that's fine. But when you got there, no crime scene tape is present?
Correct.
Okay. And which direction did the workers kind of lead you to show you where the body was? Was it on this side, or was it on the north side near the golf course?
Initially, it was on the north side by the golf course.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 3. Is this the other side that we are looking at here?
This would be a view from the north side of the golf course.
Okay. And could you please mark on the screen where you were led and where ultimately you entered the wooded area, if you can show that for the jury?
I don't recall exactly where on
Sure.
this photo I was.
If you can give us a general area of where you would have entered the wooded area.
Probably would have been approximately here, I believe.
Okay, and I think that's 3D? B? Okay. So you entered the area there. Did you have one of the workers come with you?
Yes, I believe his name was Nicholas, was the one who brought me and
Okay.
showed me from this area.
Mr. Fricano led you into the wooded area?
Yes.
Okay. And as you approach that wooded area, what, if anything, do you observe?
So I believed I had seen a body, and so what I did was, rather than entering from that side, because it looked like it was closer to the tree line from the south side of the road, so I went back to my squad car to get my camera to take photos, and then that's when I went around the other side to take the photos.
Okay, so we're going to go back to exhibit number 2. And you entered actually the woods from this side of the area?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And did you have those workers come with you this time on the south side of the woods, or did you go by yourself?
I don't recall if I had them come with me at that time.
Okay.
To point it out to me, because I remember, I would have remembered in relation to where I was from the north side of the road.
Okay. And then did you take some photographs yourself?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show just for the witness first. Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm also going to show you exhibit number 5. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. Are these true and accurate depictions of the photographs you took on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. I would move exhibits 4 and 5 into evidence and permission to publish, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
starting with exhibit 4, we'll just wait for that to get on the jurors' screens. Okay, what are we looking at here?
So this is a view of the scene from the south side of the tree line. I was standing a little bit further back to capture like where I was, the general area of where I was looking.
Okay, and if we can zoom into this photograph, please. Hold on first. At this point in the photo, can you see where the body is located?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom in now. A little bit further, please. And
I'm not sure what they're going to show. I hope it's nothing graphic, but I've got a trigger warning up. Potentially upsetting, triggering, distressing content. It's educational content for adults only. And YouTube disclaimer, very public information during a murder trial.
And if we can move over, there we go. If you can show us where the body is.
Circle it?
Yes, please. Okay. what are you able to visually see from this photo? What part of the body are you able to visually see?
Sure. So the first thing that stands out to me is legs appearing to be wearing jeans.
Okay. And that's kind of the bluish color that you're seeing on the screen?
Yes. There's one tree kind of in the middle of where I circled, and then right here would be the...
Those would be the legs?
Legs.
Okay. If we can please preserve that, Madam Clerk. 4A, yes. Now I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 5. Is this a closer up picture of the same area?
Yes.
Okay, and now you're able to really see the body that has been located?
Yes.
Okay. Did you zoom your camera in, or did you physically move closer to the area where the body was?
So I used the zoom function on the camera because I did not want to get too close for the purpose of not disturbing any potential evidence.
Okay, and from here, you can tell that this is a body?
Correct. I knew upon seeing it was human.
Okay, not an animal, not some other...
I did not believe this was anything but a person.
Okay. If I can show you Exhibit 4 again, zoomed out. Sorry, not that much. Approximately how far back from the tree line are you standing here when you take this photo, if you remember?
I would say maybe it's probably 10 to 20 feet away.
Okay. And as you walked in that direction of the tree line, were you able to immediately see the body, or did it take some careful looking?
From what I recall, I had to get up to approximately this point to be able to see it.
Okay. And if you turned around, so if you're facing the woods and then you turn around and you look towards Gulf Road, were you able to see cars passing on Gulf Road, if you recall?
I remember that there was tall grass behind me, but I did not take any mental notes of whether I could see the road or not.
Sure. But this is quite a bit away from the roadway.
Correct.
All right. Now, I'm going to show just for the witness Exhibit 6, please. Do you recognize Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the crime scene tape that you and other deputies placed?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit number 6 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
6 is admitted.
Okay, this is the crime scene tape that we're looking at. And did you actually use one of those no trespassing signs that was placed by Mr. Fricano to place the crime scene tape?
It appears so.
Okay. And you blocked off all the way around to the other side of the golf course?
Yes.
Okay. Why was it important to keep that entire perimeter blocked off from the public?
So one of the reasons is there's the public golf course on the other side. We didn't want anybody coming into the crime scene again to disturb any potential evidence and obviously seeing something that they're not a part of.
Okay. And when you arrive, you're the only deputy that arrives first, right?
I was the initial deputy, correct.
Okay. And when you get there, you decide this is a possible crime scene?
Yes.
Who did you call to make sure that other individuals were going to show up and assist you?
Sure. So at the time, Lieutenant LaFleur was the duty supervisor, so she was notified as well as, so it was her determination to call other resources.
Okay. Can you spell Lieutenant LaFleur's last name for us, please?
Larsuel.
Okay. And who else would then arrive on the scene once you asked for those additional resources?
Our detective bureau.
Okay. And would they also have the medical examiner's office come out?
Eventually.
Okay. You were just the first person to the scene. After that, the whole troops come in?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your responsibility to make sure that between when you arrive and when the next 20 officers arrive, no one touches or disturbs the crime scene?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you're standing on the frontage road, you can see the south side of the tree line, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in the pictures it showed that the field that was between the frontage road and the tree line was probably knee high in a lot of places. Is that correct?
I'm sure in some places Could have been.
Okay, but other than that, it looked, it wasn't a prairie where there were high grasses or anything, correct?
It did not go above my head.
Okay. Did it go above your waist in any areas?
I don't recall.
Okay. You saw the picture of the crime scene tape, correct?
Yes.
And the crime scene tape is probably about between waist and knee high, correct?
Sure.
And you don't recall anything being higher than your waist, though, correct?
I didn't take measurements of the grass. No, I can't recall that.
Okay. When you were standing on the north side of the tree line, the golf course is actually groomed almost right up to the tree line, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if a golfer had hit their ball into the woods there, they probably have to be pretty bad since it's behind a green. But it was, in other words, strike that. The golf course went right up to the tree line, correct?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
And in your Exhibit 4, that was a picture you took from the south side looking north where the body was, correct? Do you need that pulled up?
Sure.
Okay, can you pull up Exhibit 4? If you could pull up Exhibit 4. You can actually see the golf course through this picture, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't thick enough that it wasn't solid that you couldn't see through this wooded area, correct?
Correct, I can see through the wooded area.
Would you estimate that the thickness of the tree line there is about 30 to 40 feet?
I would say that would be generally accurate. I didn't
Okay.
measure it though.
I don't expect it, but you could, like this picture, you could see through that wooded area.
Yes, I can see through it.
Okay. How close did you?
No, those are some interesting noises in the hot mic. Algoma once said, so why didn't golfers detect this, or was it off-season? Right? One of the golfers just thought, maybe there's an animal in there or something in the wooded, area. It's like right there by the golf course. So interesting. I mean, August, September, between August 23rd of 2022 and September 9th. Yeah. And I also wonder if he walked there with Stephanie and killed her in the woods, or, in the vehicle and carried her there, or what happened. Because, whoa, in broad daylight. Remember, he went for his appointment at like 9:30 in the morning. So, yeah, right after stopping at Quick Trip. Quite interesting, right? Okay.
You personally get to the body.
At the time of those photos, I was, like I said, about 10 to 20 feet away. I zoomed in with my camera to take the pictures.
Okay. You did take other photos where you got up close to the body, is that correct?
I don't remember taking any, like right up on the body pictures.
Okay, you got close enough where you could see what the individual was wearing, though, correct?
Correct.
And you could tell that there was that the person was wearing jeans, correct?
Yes.
And that there was a bra on the person?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Indy Isham said it's never off season for golf, and Darcy said still golf season August, September. Yeah, maybe they just were focused on their golf and assumed it may have been an animal or something, if they got a whiff of anything, right?
Yes. Can you pull up 4 again? What? Oh, 4. Thank you. Again, this is a pic. Which one is that? Oh, okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
I'm going to leave Exhibit 4 up, sorry. You said this is taken about 10 to 20 feet away from the edge of the tree line? Exhibit number 4?
Far away from the body.
From the body, okay. And would you agree if you had not been directed to the body by the individuals that had already found it, it would be difficult to find.
It needed to be pointed out to me, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, any recross?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and you are excused, sir. Thank you.
Sir.
So, Dying Duckfit said, I live in a rural area. Anyone around here would have thought a deer had been hit by a car and went in the woods and passed. Thank you so much for your comment as well. Welcome to all the locals. This case is happening in Waukesha, Wisconsin. We've covered cases from here before. Quite a few Wisconsin cases, actually, huh? Chandler Halderson, right? Jesse Kershevsky. I didn't cover Daryl Brooks, but yeah, Daryl Brooks was also. And now this one. Okay, so.
Next witness.
Thank you. Say we'll call Detective Conrad.
So come on up to the witness stand to my right and remain standing once you get up there, please.
Also, I'm always so glad when Law and Crime has cameras in the courtroom like this. They're providing this footage. So if you guys ever want to watch it without commentary, if it's like not your thing, if you're new here, just remember, you can watch the raw court footage. I always link it in the description box as well. But I definitely appreciate you all being here with me, and we can comment on this together and process all this information as they are presenting it, as the state is building their case in this trial, which starts today. Of course, we saw the opening statements together. Don't worry, I'll timestamp everything for you afterwards. And it's expected to last until around November 7th of 2025.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat, sir. Tell us your full name, please.
First name Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name Conrad, C-O-N-R-A-D.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Conrad, where are you employed?
With Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since September of 2012.
Okay, and do you have any special responsibilities in addition to your role as a detective?
Yes, I am a member of our unmanned aerial systems or drone unit.
Okay, and did you have to take special training to obtain some type of certifications to be on that unit?
Yes, part of the responsibility is getting it's called a Part 107 license with FAA to fly a drone.
Okay, and how many members of the drone unit are there?
I believe there's 15 approximately.
Okay, and each of you may respond to different calls as needed by the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department or other local municipalities?
Correct.
Okay, and on September 9th of 2022, were you working both as a detective and in that special capacity and the drone unit?
I was, yes.
Okay. Were you asked to respond to the area of Gulf Road near the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin building?
Yes, I was.
Why were you asked to respond there?
Both as a detective, and I brought the drone equipment with to document the scene.
Okay. At the time that you're dispatched to respond there, why did they think the drone unit may be helpful?
It's an outdoor scene, which tends to be a larger area, and the drone equipment was somewhat new at the time, and it was a tool to use to take a broad scale image.
Okay. And so
I peeked, you guys. I was like, ooh, are we going to see drone footage? Look, I cheated. I looked for there. I see. I think we're going to see some drone footage, which is always nice. Book Mama said there is an off season for golf in Wisconsin. There's indoor golf, but Wisconsin is super cold in winter. We, of course, also covered Maxwell Anderson's trial, which was also Wisconsin. There's actually quite a few cases, right, that we've covered from Wisconsin. Oh, my goodness. Holly's mom says, you are amazing. Thank you so much for your $20 sticker. That is so sweet of you. I really appreciate your support. Okay, here we go.
ultimately you took several, once the drone is up in the air, you can take still photographs?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 2. This is one of those photos that you took?
Oh, sorry, it just turned on. Yes, it is.
Okay, and it's really hard to see, but up at the top, there's actually a date and time stamp. Can you tell me what that date and time stamp is?
September 9th, 2022, 13:19:03 hours.
Okay, so that'd be 1:19:03 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And where do you fly these drones from?
You can fly them anywhere. We have a remote. Generally, we're near a vehicle, or we have a trailer that we use where we can charge things, plug things in. We can look at a larger monitor.
Okay. And if you're looking at this photo, actually on the left side of the photo near the driveway, is that where your drone trailer was located?
Yes, that on the left side there is the trailer. Right below that white car is where I would be.
Okay. So just above the exhibit sticker?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you're standing within that trailer, and you're actually flying the drone, taking these photographs. Why is it important in an investigation to get some of these further away photographs of the entire area?
An elevated view can give you a different perspective than what you have on the ground. You can get an overall understanding of a crime scene.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's also been previously marked and admitted as Exhibit 3. This is also one of the photographs you took?
Correct.
And this is from the north side, looking south to Golf Road?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what just the witness first, what has not yet been admitted, Exhibits 7 and Exhibit 8. So first we'll start with Exhibit 7. Can you see that?
I can.
Okay, and then Exhibit 8?
I can see that as well.
Okay, are those both photographs that you took using the drone?
They are.
Okay, I would move to admit Exhibit 7 and Exhibit 8 and permission to publish.
Any objection as to 7 or 8?
No objection to either, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted, you may show.
Looks like an image, but we want to see the drone video, right? Alicia says, woohoo, an entire year filled with Switzerland travels, trials, snarks, and Grizzly shenanigans. Here's too many more. Thank you so much for being a member for 12 months. I gather you're on Patreon too, because you've seen my videos of Swiss travel. So if you guys want some behind the scenes content, that's where it's at, right? Back the Blue said, so happy to dig into a new trial. Me too. It feels like it's been long here. It's only been about almost 2 months, okay, a month and a half since Donna Adelson's trial. Oh my word. So I'm very, very happy to watch a trial with all of you as well.
To the jurors.
We'll start with exhibit number 7. Detective, this is the same area, but just a little bit further, showing the driveway.
Correct.
Okay. And then exhibit number 8. What are we looking at here?
So it's just out of frame, but the drone trailer would be on that driveway to the left, and this is a more of a straight down view of the field that's to the south of the wooded area where the more focused crime scene was located.
Okay. And one of the downsides of these overhead photos is it doesn't necessarily give us great detail about incline or maybe the scale of the land rising and falling.
Right. The elevation is harder to see on a 90-degree down than it would be from the ground or at more of an angle. Okay.
And you see 2 individuals there kind of in that grassy area. Those are detectives from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
I know we had, I believe Waukesha Police Department was there as well assisting.
Okay.
So I don't know if one of them might be from that agency, but those are 2 investigators.
Sure. And the crime scene tape has been placed up there and the scene has been secured at that point?
Correct.
And what was the time of this photograph?
That shows 13:20:33 or 1:20 p.m.
Okay. And so the drone was deployed after the 1 o'clock hour to take these photographs, and you took, these are just a sampling, you took actually a number of photographs of this area, right?
Correct.
Do you know what the status of the body that had been located? Was it still within the woods when you were taking drone photos?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Judge, I'll take the cross.
Okay.
So, officer, you are running a drone in the area, true?
Correct.
And the drone was filming from above Orthopedic Associates, the parking lot, the golf course, around the wooded area, true?
Correct.
The Golf Road, frontage road, true?
Correct.
The freeway, true?
I don't know if the freeway was captured.
And then you were just going in circles around the wooded area, true?
Correct.
If I was to show you a surveillance drone, would you be able to recognize it if I played it, if there's one that you
Sure, I could attempt to.
I'm showing you as marked as exhibit number 402. Defense exhibit number 402. Does that appear to be your drone surveillance tape that you took?
Yes.
Judge, this video is approximately, not long, about 3 hours and
No, 3 minutes.
3 minutes and 55 seconds, and I'd like to play it for the jury.
Yes, thank you, Pablo. Now we can get to see the drone footage. Okay, thanks to Pablo Galaviz, the defense attorney. It's not long, 3 hours, and the other defense attorney said, no, 3 minutes. Oh, yeah, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. I was like, not long, 3 hours later, we're still watching the drone footage. Can you imagine?
No objection.
All right, so you're asking it to be admitted?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's admitted. Go ahead.
Jury seat on the screen.
So it's drone footage from the day that they found Stephanie's body. Right?
Again, this is drone footage that you took, correct?
Correct.
Listen, Pablo, I'm trying to say things. This is where Matthew Pahl, who's on trial, 57 years old now, he went for his, physiotherapy appointments in this building here. And from where they were showing, it's somewhere just around here in this tree line in here, where Stephanie's body was found on September 9th of 2022. So, yeah, everyone responded to the scene, and they took this for a different perspective. So he could have gone into this. Remember yesterday when we were doing trial prep? Depending on when you're watching. If you're watching live with me, then yesterday. Okay. We drove around the back of this physiotherapy place. And I was saying, what if he just went somewhere into this tree line? He could have. You could see. He could have actually just parked here or backed his car up in here. I don't know. Did anyone see that? Did they not think it was weird? I don't know. Moving on. He could have gone in here and then walked into this wooded area, right? Amazing. At 9:30 in the morning or whatever it was. I'm just going off camera for a second. I just want to check that my little camera fan is on. Otherwise it might overheat, okay?
I'm stopping this at 150 of your drone footage. Are you, see my marker here?
Yes.
Are you aware, or was anybody aware at that time that that is Mr. Paul's pickup truck parked in the parking lot?
I was not aware of that.
1 second, excuse me, Mr. Gallagher. You're stopping it at 2:05, actually, correct?
Oh, yes, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I was not aware.
And again, you weren't aware that this was Mr. Paul's pickup truck?
No, I was not.
Officer, that drone image that the jury just saw, did that actually depict the way that scene looked like on September 9, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, Reed, direct.
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse, sir. Next.
Judge, we have the next witness has a lot of our evidence, so we just need a moment to get that.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. So let's do this. Someone's going to wheel in some evidence or bring evidence in.
I think we have all the evidence over here, Judge. We just need to get it. Oh, if we could take our morning break, Judge.
All right, let's take a break, folks, all right? About, I'll say 10 minutes. We'll see how long it lasts, but we'll take a break. A comfort break, we'll call it. Thank you.
A comfort
You can leave-
break.
You can leave your notebooks right on your seats, right? All right, thank you. All right.
That's what Judge Doro called it too. Listen, defense, we can hear you laughing right now, okay? There is a flaming hot mic at your defense table. Careful now. Okay, so we can go forward. There's the defendant. The spineless creature, look at him.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Welcome back, everybody. So I talked to the lawyers a little bit. I think what we're going to do, we'll probably, the state has 2 witnesses that they want to present testimony before we do the jury view. So what we're probably going to do is go probably closer to 12:30. Then we'll take our lunch break. And then when you come back, we'll do the jury view, right? And again, I'll have specific instructions about the jury view when we go out, what we're going to do, how we should proceed, and so on. You've seen some of the aerial photographs and some of the photographs, so you have some familiarity with the scene. I'll talk more about it before we go out on our jury. Okay? So go ahead. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective LaFleur.
All right. Detective, come on up to the witness stand to be sworn in, please.
So if you missed what happened in the beginning of the day, the judge did say that they're going to do the opening statements, and then they'll have about 5 witnesses. They also need to have their lunch break, of course, and then they're going to go on a site tour. So for the afternoon, a little bit, but I mean, it's not far. It's an 11-minute drive from the courthouse, so there could just be half an hour or so. I would assume they're coming back after that, but we'll have to wait and see, right? Okay, let's see the next witness, which would actually be witness number 4.
You swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat, please. And tell us your first and last name.
It's Christina LaFleur.
All right, spell both of them for us, please.
First name spelling is Christina. Last name spelling is LA, F as in Frank, LEUR.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective LaFleur.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. I understand you're maybe not feeling the greatest today.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay. If you need a break or need more water, just let us know, okay?
Okay.
Thanks for being here. I want to direct your attention to September of 2022. How were you employed at that time?
I was a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
Did you have any special assignments in September of 22?
Yes.
What was that?
I was assigned to the Identification Bureau. I also managed the property evidence.
So can you tell the jury what the Identification Bureau is, please?
So it's basically I respond to crime scenes and process them photographically and collect evidence, and then I also maintain our evidence storage area.
How was property maintained in storage at the sheriff's office?
It's in a locked, locked storage area that only 4 people have access to.
Okay. And you inventory everything that goes in and out of that storage area?
Yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to the date of September 9 of 2022, you Were you asked to respond to the location of North 15 West 28300 Gulf Road in the town of Delafield?
Yes,
And that's in Waukesha County, Wisconsin?
correct.
Are you familiar with that area?
I am.
And people oftentimes think of that as maybe being the Pewaukee area?
Yes,
It's pretty close to Pewaukee Lake.
it is.
Okay. And are there some businesses at that location?
Yes.
What businesses do you recall?
So the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin is there, and then north of that location that I got dispatched to is the Western Lakes Golf Course.
In this area that we're describing, Gulf Road runs what direction?
East and west.
Okay. And so the area you were specifically working on was to the north of Gulf Road?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple photographs from your review of the area. So first I'm going to ask to put up for the witness only Exhibit 198, please. Should be up on your screen now?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize this photograph, please?
I do.
Do you believe this to be a photo that's a true and accurate depiction of the area?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 198, permission to publish, please.
Objection.
All right, it's admitted.
So we're going to put it up, and I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury what we're looking at, please.
Okay. So up here, this is facing westbound. The road here is Golf. And then to the northwest, that's Orthopedic Associate, Orthopedic Associates building there.
Okay. And next, I'm going to put up for the witness number 199 for the witness only, please. Is it up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the area?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to admit 199 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. Please describe the direction and what's seen in this view, please.
Yep. So this is taken facing north from Gulf Road, and then to the left, which would be west, is Orthopedic Associates. And then to the east is the wooded area and the open field.
Okay. Please put up for the witness Exhibit 9. Do you recognize Exhibit 9?
Yes.
And this is also a photograph depicting the area?
Correct.
Is this a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
Move to admit number 9 and permission to publish, please.
Objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
Please describe for the jury.
So this would be facing towards Gulf Road. That's the road that's going east to west there. So it's kind of a southeast direction. And then to your left there, you see the wooded area. And then this is the open field right here.
Okay. Can you see I-94 in that photograph?
Yeah, very, like, if you zoom in, you can see it in the background,
Okay.
yes.
And does I-94 run parallel to Gulf Road in this area?
Yes,
Also running in an east to west or west to east direction?
correct.
Okay. Exhibit 10 for the witness, please. You recognize this photograph?
I do,
Is it a true and accurate representation of the area?
yes.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish number 10.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, go ahead, it's admitted.
Please tell us what we're seeing in Exhibit 10.
So this is facing north into the wooded area. And then you see those two evidence markers there, 1 and 2.
Okay, so the screen in front of you is a touch screen.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you could please just circle the items you just described for us there so we're all looking at the same thing. Okay. I'm going to also show you. Do you want to preserve that? Yeah, yes, please. Let's preserve 10A, Your Honor.
All right.
And then before we go further on that, I'd like to go back to Exhibit 156, please. $156 is up?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the area on September 9 of 2022?
Yes.
Move to admit permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 156 is admitted.
Please describe for the jury what we're seeing here.
So this is taken facing westbound towards Orthopedic Associates.
Okay. And where are you in relation to the body at the time you took this photograph?
South.
Okay, but close to
Yes.
the body? Close to the area where the body was in the tree line?
Yes.
Okay. As you look at that photograph here, Detective, on the stand, can you see any cars in the OAW parking lot?
No, the cars that are seen there are squad cars.
Okay. What's that object on the left, square object on the left side of the photograph? Can you tell what that is?
Like the silver where the hand is?
Yes.
Kind of, that's a clipboard.
Okay. From one of the detectives?
Probably patrol, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then Exhibit 166, please. Is 166 a true and accurate representation of the area on 9/9 of 2022?
Yes.
Move to admit permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
Please describe 166.
So this is facing kind of like a southwest direction from where I was standing, facing west.
Okay. In relation to the body, what's your proximity?
Close to it, so I'm
Okay.
just south of the body.
And that same clipboard's there in the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Can you see those utility boxes up on the corner that we saw in the first few pictures I showed you?
No, I can't.
All right, if we could go, well, let me ask you a question, Detective. What is your role when you arrived on the scene?
So my primary role was to take photographs of the scene as well as collect any evidence that was located.
Okay. And we saw in Exhibit 9, I think, that we put up that you had put, or somebody had put markers near the evidence. You circled those for us in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Explain what you're doing there, please.
Excuse me. So with any piece of evidence that's located, an evidence placard is placed by each piece of evidence to document its location.
Okay. I'm going to now, maybe we can show to the witness only. I'm going to show, just to move this along a little quicker, 11, 12, 13, 20, and 21, and then we'll, 11, 12, 13. Is number 11 on your screen now?
No.
Is that on your screen?
No, I've got a blank screen.
It takes a moment for it to come up on her.
Okay.
Quick pause here. SJ, thank you for the sticker. And then you said, welcome, G. Enjoy the coffees too, because we all need a strong one after that defense opening. I think they need some coffee, hey? We're lacking some energy. Thank you so much. And you said to go with a cake. Oh, my word. So I just checked now, and thank you for sending 3 strong coffees my way. I really, really appreciate it.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
Exhibit 12 for the witness only, please. True and accurate representation?
Yes.
Exhibit 13. True and accurate representation?
Yes.
Exhibit 20. Oh, okay, thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit 11, 12, and 13 and permission to publish.
Objection?
No, sir.
All right, 11, 12, and 13 are admitted.
So please display first for the jury number 11. Okay. So these are 2 items of evidence that you noted at the scene. Is that correct, Detective?
Yes.
And you labeled them as number 1 and number 2?
Correct.
Okay. And next photograph, number 12, please.
What is it? 2 items of evidence, okay?
What is item number 2?
So item number 2 is a scalpel. It's got a green handle and it's got a cover, a sheath on the blade.
Can you see the cover in the photograph?
Yes.
Can you circle it, please? Your Honor, I'd ask to preserve that as 12A.
Yes.
And what was item 1?
It was a vape.
A vape.
Yes.
Okay. Photograph, or excuse me, exhibit 13, please. What are we seeing there?
This is just a close-up of item number 2, the scalpel.
Okay. And that's exactly as you found it?
Correct.
Okay. It appears there's some grass laying on top of the scalpel?
Yes.
Okay. Or covering the scalpel in some fashion?
Yes.
Okay. Did you collect the vape and the scalpel as evidence in this case?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you these items. They've been marked as exhibits 20 and 21.
Now it's intrigued me even more. A scalpel and a vape pen. Okay, what's the scalpel for? Let's see what results they could get from that. Like, where was that part of the case, or what's going on here? Lisa H said, hey, G and Grizzlies, late but made it to alive. I'm so glad that you're here and that everyone's here watching a trial with me. Thank you so much. Okay.
First, item 20. Please identify.
So this is evidence placard number 2. This is a scalpel.
Okay. And that item's been held on secure inventory at the Sheriff's Office since you collected it in September?
Yes.
2022?
Yes.
Maybe had a trip to the crime lab?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And then Exhibit 21. Please identify. 21.
Yep. So this is evidence marker number 1. This is the vape.
It's a smoking device?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, move to admit 20 and 21, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, both are admitted.
Now, Detective, in addition to collecting that physical evidence at the scene, did you have an opportunity to get close to the body?
Yes,
Did you photograph the body?
I did.
Did you make observations about the body?
Yes.
Before we look at any photographs, what do you remember about the body, as position, clothing, things like that, please?
So the body was located laying on her back. Her head was facing west. Her feet were facing east. She was wearing a dark-colored T-shirt, jeans, a dark-colored belt, and white athletic shoes. Her hands were bent up above her head to the side, and her right arm appeared to be partially pulled out of the right sleeve of the shirt. So the shirt was actually pulled up. She had a bra on too that was actually pulled up as well. The pants were unbuttoned, but they were still zippered. And then the belt was undone, but still in the clasp, in the metal clasp.
Did you photograph all of these things as you just described to me?
Yes.
Okay. And the body itself, what kind of condition was the body in?
At advanced states of decomposition.
For the witness only, I'm going to ask her to view exhibits 14 through 19, please. And we'll go one at a time with 14. Do you see 14 on the screen? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Number 15. True and accurate description?
Yes.
Depiction, excuse me. 16. True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
17. True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
18. True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
And 19. True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Now, in these photographs, we have attempted to somewhat blur the head and face of the victim, is that right?
Yes.
So they're not as vivid or descriptive as they were when you took the photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But other than that, they're true and accurate representations of the condition of the body.
That's correct.
Move to admit 14 through 19 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, they're all admitted. You may do so.
Please describe 14.
So this is facing northbound, right before you get into the clearing, into the woods.
Okay. And the body's visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Number 15, please. Please describe.
And this is just a closer view walking through the clearing up to the body.
Okay. You said her head was to the west and her feet were to the east.
Yes.
And it's almost as if she is also parallel to Gulf Road and I-94, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Number 16, please. Describe.
So this is facing west, and just an overview of her feet to her head.
Okay. And this is the condition of her clothing when you found it?
Yes.
Her jeans were in what kind of condition?
So I noted dirt on the groin area of her pants, and then also the bottom portions of each leg from the pants. There was also dirt on her left shoe as well.
Okay. Number 17, please. Please describe.
So this is just facing south, just getting the overview of the left side of her body.
Okay. 18.
And this would be overview on top of her torso.
Okay. You had described for us the condition of her shirt, and there appears to be an object consistent with a bra and her pants, right?
Yes.
now that we have the image, can you just point out those highlights for the jury again, please?
You want me to circle them on?
You can, sure.
Okay. So,
I wonder if Stephanie had ever accompanied him before to his appointments, or if this day he had lured her out there somehow. You know? Like, I don't know if there's surveillance footage around there. Would she usually go with him? Would she wait in the car? How do you get her into the woods, right? A lot of questions,
her buckle, it's actually hard to tell in here. So, but the buckle right here is still intact. I mean, it's loosened, but it's still intact. Her buttons to her pants are also undone. Her bra is pushed up, and then you see her right arm that's partially pulled out of her right sleeve.
Okay. May I please ask to preserve 18A, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, number 19. Please describe.
So this is just a different viewpoint, taking the photo above
Okay.
her torso.
This was the condition of the body when you found it?
Yes.
Okay.
They're obviously not showing evidence like that publicly, streaming it and all of that, which is why we can't see it. And it would violate YouTube's guidelines anyway, so it's good that we can't see it. Racer Girl said, I just have a feeling they both went into that area together to do something. Who knows? We'll never know, but it went bad wrong. I mean, maybe substances of sorts, right? I do think that, I don't know, I haven't seen anything about him tying him to substances, but I have seen that the victim had been arrested in the past for selling substances to an undercover cop. So I don't know, maybe the scalpels to, like, you know, chop up pills or substances or something like that. You just don't know. Yeah, what were they doing there in the woods? How did he get her there? And did she normally accompany him to these appointments? And I also wonder how many appointments he had before this day. Right? It must have been quite a few. If they said he broke his foot, was it in the summer of that same year? I'm going to have to listen to opening statements even more carefully again, right? And he went for about 3 more appointments after that date as well. So I wonder if he went and checked on her body. My goodness. Southern Calibi says they are going to say she was outside vaping and got attacked. Yeah, the defense will definitely say that. Thank you so much for your sticker, Southern Calibi.
Were there insects present on the body?
Yes.
What types of insects, to your opinion?
Maggots.
Maggots, okay. And you've seen those at crime scenes before?
Yes.
Okay. And were they abundant?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he could have also just staged the scene to make it look like she went into the woods to take drugs and then she got SA'd, you know, or attempted to, or someone attacked her. It could be a staged scene, right? I mean, that's very, very possible as well, which would be to humiliate her even after her death. So there are allegations of domestic violence in this relationship. She had a diary and an old cell phone at her parents' house, and when police looked through that, they found not only did she document the physical abuse that she'd suffered, black eye bruises, but she'd also written about it, and just said, you know, that Matthew was abusing her. So, yeah.
I'm going to move away from the crime scene now and direct your attention to the date of September 17th of 2022. And did you have further involvement in this case on that date?
Yes.
Did you assist with executing a search warrant at an apartment at 1001 Delafield Street here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And is that apartment close to this courthouse?
It is.
Okay. And who lived at that apartment, to your understanding?
It would have been the defendant and the victim.
Okay. You understood it to be their apartment?
Yes.
Okay. When you first arrived on scene, were you responsible for seizing and photographing Mr. Pahl's truck?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show to the witness, please, Exhibit 22. sit up?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate depiction of Mr. Paul's vehicle as you found it that day?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish 22, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 22 is admitted.
Okay. Please describe for the jury what we're seeing in this photo.
So this is a Toyota Tacoma that was registered to the defendant in a handicap parking spot. And then in the background is the apartment building.
Is this exactly where you found the vehicle, or did you move it for the purposes of this photograph?
No, this is where it was found.
Okay. Parked just like that?
Yes.
What did you do to seize the vehicle and maintain the integrity of the vehicle?
So I took overall photographs of all sides of the vehicle, and then I used evidence tape and secured across each of the doors, as well as the hood. Both, there's one here, and then there's one on the other side, cargo areas, so those were sealed with evidence tape. And then on the back side of the cab was also sealed with evidence tape. And I initialed and dated it.
Okay. And then eventually the vehicle is taken where?
It's taken back to our evidence storage garage.
Is that a secure location?
Yes.
Okay. That's maintained by the sheriff's department,
yes.
Not like a private tow facility.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Eventually, did you go inside and assist with collecting evidence inside the defendant's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show for the witness Exhibit 181, please. Do you recognize Exhibit 181?
I do.
What is it?
It's a property inventory sheet.
And tell the jury what that means.
So it's basically a document that anytime evidence is collected, we fill out this property inventory sheet, which documents the location, the time, the date, who collected it, where it was collected from.
Okay. And is this an item that you completed?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 181, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 181 is admitted.
Okay, and this sheet tells you everything that was collected as evidence inside Mr. Paul's apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to go through everything. How many items total if we scroll down?
Okay, so that would have been...
Keep going, please. I'm sorry.
23.
23 items total?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please go back to page 1? And I'd like to start out with item 2 on your list. You see that?
Yes.
What was collected as item number 2?
An iPad.
An iPad. I'll show you first exhibits 33 and 34 for the witness only. Have you seen those photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the evidence collected inside Mr. Paul's apartment?
Yes.
Move to admit 33 and 34, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 33 and 34 are admitted.
What are we seeing in 33, please?
So this is an overview of the iPad. This is on I believe it was a futon, some type of couch that was in the living room in the apartment.
Okay. And 34, please. Please describe.
This is just a close-up of that same item.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you physical item number 45. Please identify.
It's an iPad.
Okay. Same iPad we've just been talking about.
Except with the pink. There's no pink cover.
The pink case is no longer with
Yes.
it. Okay, but it is the same item that was collected from the couch or the futon in the living room at Mr. Pahl's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Next, if you could please display for the witness only Exhibit 23. Did you observe 23?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Move to admit 23, permission to publish, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
What's seen in Exhibit 23, please?
So this is an overview, focusing in on this pink water bottle.
Okay.
Okay, so if you watched the trial prep that we did yesterday, then you're going to know what this was about, right? So they left on August 23rd of 2022, they left the apartment where Stephanie had lived with Matthew, and he was going for his physiotherapy appointment. And on surveillance, which we haven't seen yet, they said in the probable cause affidavit, on surveillance, you could see her with that pink water bottle, the pink water bottle, and a purse, and a plastic bag. And when he returned after his appointment without her, he had the pink water bottle, and he had her purse in a plastic bag. And he just denies it. He's just like, no, that wasn't that. But then, like, we can literally see it's the purse. We could see the chains, which is part of the, the design of the purse and all of that. But he just, in his police interview, denied it. Now, we haven't seen his police interview yet. I hope they do show us that during this trial. But he returned with all her items, a pink water bottle, her iPad, her phone, her purse. And he continued to use her electronic devices, even sending himself links from YouTube from her phone to his. And then never reported her missing. Never even said, oh my goodness, look, here's links now from her. Like, hey, are you okay? Where have you been? Haven't seen you. He didn't even do any of that. He just didn't report her missing, was doing all sorts of shady Google searches, and had all her stuff in his house, including the phone. So, okay, that's why we're looking at this here.
In the living room, sorry, this is in the living room still.
In the living room?
Yes.
And was that item collected as evidence in this case?
Yes.
I'll show you Exhibit 43. Please identify.
This is that same pink water bottle in the picture.
Okay. Move to admit 43, Your Honor.
Any objection? 43 is admitted.
I think I forgot to admit 45, the iPad. Move to admit.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. Next, please put up for the witness photograph Exhibits 24 through 26. Have you had an opportunity to review all of those photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they all true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit 24 through 26, and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 24, 25, 26 are admitted.
Just a very quick side story. When I got up now for my stretch break, I went into the living area and I'd put on the TV there those YouTube videos for cats. It's like 8 hours long of birds and squirrels and things. And they, all three cats, are sitting watching birds, okay? It was very, very cute.
Please describe 24.
So this is an overview focusing in on, there's a closet.
You can circle it or point to it. Yeah.
Yep, so the closet's right here.
Okay, you've drawn an X on the
Closet door. Yeah.
Okay. And that pink water bottle was in the same area?
Yep, it was behind this little shelf area.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please preserve 24A?
Yes.
And then please clear that and we'll move on to 25. What do we see in 25, please?
So this is just a closer view of a beer stein that was located in the closet on the floor.
Okay. And then 26. What are we seeing in 26?
This is just a close-up of the contents that were inside of this beer stein. With two pill bottles.
Did you collect those 2 pill bottles as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 42. Can you identify 42?
Yep, these are the 2 pill bottles that were located in the beer stein.
Move to omit 42, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 42 is admitted.
Please present for the witness only 35 and 36. Have you had an opportunity to observe those photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Move to omit 35 and 36. Permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, they're admitted.
Please describe 35.
So this would be in the bedroom. It's like a dresser or a dresser, and so I'm focusing in on that black cell phone that's on top.
Okay. And then 36, please. Please describe.
This is just a close-up of that same cell phone.
Did you collect that item as evidence in this case?
Yes.
The exhibit 46. Please identify.
This is the same cell phone that was located in the bedroom on that the dresser.
Move to omit 46, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 46 admitted.
All right. Please display for the witness 27 through 31. Have you had a chance to observe each of those photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate?
Yes.
Permission to, or excuse me, please admit 27 through 31 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So we'll start with 27. Please describe.
So this is that same dresser where that phone was located. The door is open on the top shelf. You can see a black purse.
Okay.
There's the purse. You can see the chains here that they referenced in the probable cause affidavit. So he left on August 23rd of 2022 with Stephanie to go to his physio appointment. They stopped at Quick Trip. She bought some, in opening statements, they said breakfast foods, and off they went to his appointment. But there's a 16-minute time gap where they don't know exactly what he did. The allegation would be murdered her. And then he went into his appointment. After his appointment, there's 20 minutes also unaccounted for. They don't know exactly what he did. So that could also be maybe why, I don't know if that's too soon for the decomp type of, for the dog to pick that up. Anyway, then he went home without her, with this purse in a plastic bag that they could see clearly on the surveillance footage. And when they confronted him with it in his police interview, he said, no, those are my clothes. They said, no, it's this purse. We can literally see she left with this purse, and it's in a bag that you're carrying. So he had her purse, her water bottle, her phone, her iPad, and he kept it on. He even used her devices. And he said a bunch of crap about trying to explain why that would be, or why he's got a phone, or, you know, saying, oh, she's done this before. You know, she's run off into the woods before. Like, okay. Right. So, again, if you missed the trial prep, you might want to check that out.
That's the same dresser where the cell phone was located, you said?
Yes.
Okay. 28, please. Describe.
This is just a close-up of that same black purse.
29. Describe.
And this is a close-up of the contents of that purse.
Okay. And next, 30. Describe.
And, excuse me, additional contents that were in that same purse.
Identification for Stephanie Pavlons.
Correct.
Okay. And 31, please. Please describe.
These were also inside that purse.
And what are these objects, please?
2 vapes and 2 pill bottles prescribed to Stephanie.
Okay. The purse itself was collected as evidence?
Yes.
Okay, this is item number 44.
Just a quick pause. So they did say that Stephanie she was living with Matthew, but they had like this on and off again relationship for over 20 years. And they have a daughter together. And she'd been documenting domestic violence that she'd experienced, right? So she mostly lived with him, but her parents said that she would sometimes come and stay with them. And that's why she had an old cell phone and also journals at her parents' house. So it sounds like when she went to her parents' house, she was probably, you know, trying to get away from him in some way, or documenting that. But yeah, they did point out that she had stayed at his house the night before. So I don't know, I'm sure that she stayed there for a while, but they specifically say that, knowing that she'd stay there and she was on surveillance the next morning, and she left with him with these items that they're just showing us, and then he returned after his physio appointment without her. Like, oh my goodness.
Please identify.
This is the purse that was collected.
And there's a
Blue vape that's
okay.
In the center of
blue
it.
vape in the center. If you could just hold that, show that to me.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. Move to admit 44, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
44 is admitted.
All right, please display 37 through 40 for the witness.
So just a crazy Jen said, looks like the meds were 1 NSAID, or I don't know how to say that, for arthritis pain, and 1 anticonvulsant for seizures and migraines. Okay. Apparently, I'd read somewhere that he also tried to control her medication. I mean, she didn't have a vehicle. I don't think she had a job. It sounded to me like he had isolated her and controlled her completely, based on what we'd read, right? And I think they said he also tried to control her medication at some point as well. Steel Guitar, thank you for being a member for 27 months. You said, so great to be a member of this awesome Grizzly community. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Have you had an opportunity to review all of those photographs?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Move to admit 37 through 40, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, they're all admitted.
.37 is going up. Please identify.
So, this It's a bag with medication, various other medical supplies were inside of it.
Okay. 38. Please describe.
Close-up of some of the medical items that were seen in that bag.
39.
And specifically close-ups of the scalpels that were inside that bag.
Okay. 40.
Just turned over the bag to take a picture of the other side.
Okay. And 41. Nope. 41's right here. Exhibit 41, please identify.
These are those, the same bag of scalpels that were located in that black bag.
Just from your plain observation, did the scalpel in the apartment seem to match the scalpel at the crime scene?
They were similar, yes.
Okay. I can take all of those things back for you, please. I will transfer it.
Okay.
Thank you. Please display for the witness only Exhibit 32. Do you recognize Exhibit 32?
Yes.
What is it? Just tell us what it is before I'm going to ask the judge to admit.
These are the contents of the defendant's wallet.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
And how was it that you photographed the contents of Mr. Pahl's wallet?
I was notified by Detective Seitz that he had a wallet that he wanted me to take a photograph of. Okay. This is at the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 32, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
And what kinds of items did you locate in his wallet?
Identification for him. There was some bank cards, some insurance cards, keys, and some paperwork that had passwords and other various notes on it.
Okay. The card in the middle that's kind of dark blue in color, do you see that?
Yes.
Whose name is on that card?
So referring to this one right here.
Yes, ma'am.
It has the name of Stephanie on it, Pavlons.
Okay. Do you recall, if not, we can put up the sheet again, but do you recall that a cell phone was also seized from Mr. Pahl on this date?
I can't recall at this
Okay,
time.
we'll put up 181, please. At the very bottom. If you can zoom in on
23.
Item 23 there. Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Yes.
Was there a cell phone seized from Mr. Pahl?
At the residence, yes.
Okay.
Or the apartment, yes.
Now I'd like to direct your attention to the date of September 19th of 2022. Were you working this case that day?
Yes.
And do you remember what your involvement was on that date?
I can't recall if that was...
No problem. Not meant to be a trick question. Were you present when a cadaver dog was called to the secure storage area to perform a search?
Yes.
And is it consistent with your memory that was the date of September 19th of 2022?
Yes.
The day before the crime lab came out?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And where did you go?
I went to the evidence storage garage where the truck was being held.
Okay. And did you meet with anybody over there?
Yes.
Who did you meet with?
With a canine officer from Racine County.
And tell the jury about this secure storage area where the This is where Mr. Pahl's vehicle had been taken to.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So we have it's basically a pole barn, a very large pole barn. And we also have a gated area outside as well. We primarily store vehicles that are involved in fatal car crashes or vehicles that need to be processed for evidence.
Okay. And so about how many cars are kept in there at any time?
It could be between 20, 30 vehicles, inside and outside.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that a couple of photographs be displayed for you only, 47 through 50, please. Have you seen all of those?
Yes.
Okay. Are they true and accurate representations of the inside of the pole barn on September 19th of 2022?
Yes.
Move to admit 47 through 50. Permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, they're admitted. Go ahead.
So we'll start with 47. So give us an overview of what we're looking at here, please, Detective.
So I just want to add that this photograph was taken with the two vehicles that are in the background right here.
Yes.
Are the state crime lab. So this is actually the day after. So these vehicles.
When the photograph was taken.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
Except for those two vehicles from the crime lab personnel, had the contents of the pole barn changed in any other way?
No.
From one day to the next?
No.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Pahl's truck in 47?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Okay. You're going to ask to please preserve 47A, and the two items in the square are the crime lab vehicles, and the item with an X is Mr. Pahl's vehicle. Is that correct, Detective LaFleur?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so if you could please clear the screen, Madam Clerk, and then I'll ask you just to kind of orient us what we're looking at.
Okay, so this is facing, so the pole barn has two large overhead garage doors on both the east and the west side, and they also have a service door on each side as well.
Okay.
So facing east right now.
Okay. 48. Please describe.
Yep, so this would be facing north. And then the other service door to the west is on the left side there.
Okay, can you, with an X, mark the overhead door?
Yes.
And then with a circle, the service door?
You can't really see it from, so this is the exit, so
Okay.
it's right below.
Okay, actually, I think the next picture will show us better, but can we please preserve 48A, Your Honor?
Yes.
49. You see that service door a little bit better in this one?
A little bit, it's right about here at the
Okay.
top of it.
And to the right of the service door, it appears there's some motorcycles there.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So those are other vehicles that were involved in fatal or serious injury crashes.
Okay. Could they also be stolen vehicles?
We did not, I don't believe we had any stolen vehicles at that point in time.
Okay.
Inside.
Please preserve 49A.
Yes. Okay.
And then 50.
All right, so this is again facing east. So directly behind me, or would crime lab took the photo, but directly behind where this photograph would have been taken is the other service door.
Okay. And so now we're looking back down the length of the building.
Yes.
Okay. And those two crime lab vehicles are still there in the middle?
Yes.
And then what else? What's around the side, around the edges of the pole barn?
As far as like
vehicles?
Yeah, those are just other vehicles that were stored there.
Okay. And ordinarily, if the crime lab hadn't parked their vehicles there, that area's open?
Yes.
So you can move vehicles around if you need to or access them?
Yes.
Okay. And the vehicles are all kind of parked along the outside or the perimeter of the pole barn?
Mostly we try and keep them on the north and the south side.
Okay.
But we were pretty full at this point, so we did have to park at least one vehicle on the far east side by the door.
Okay. All right, moving on. We talked about the fact that the crime lab did a search of the truck, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to put up for the witness only Exhibit 52. Do you recognize 52?
Yes.
What is it?
It's another property inventory sheet for evidence that was collected during the search warrant.
On the truck?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in being there that day?
I just stood by as the crime lab personnel processed it, and then once they took the evidence, they turned it over to me.
Okay. And it was your job to preserve it and maintain it for use in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, move to admit 52, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
52 is admitted.
So if you could just scroll down a little bit, I want to ask you, there's various items that were recovered from the vehicle, correct? You could stop right there.
Yes.
A lot of tools and instruments that potentially could be used to harm somebody. If
Judge, I object to that line of that statement.
Sustain the objection. Don't answer. Next question.
Sure. This is a true list of everything you collected from that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next page, please. And in addition to the tools and the other objects, there were some clothing items, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to focus.
I think he worked on construction, so I think that's also why he has so many tools, right? So yeah, I understand the defense objecting to that one.
Your attention on 31, keep scrolling please, and then 31 through 39. You see that?
Yes.
There were swabs that you collected from within the vehicle?
Yes.
And swabs are used how to collect evidence from a vehicle?
So the main purpose of using swabs is we're looking for DNA or biological fluids, samples, that kind of thing. So.
Did you actually manipulate the swabs to collect the evidence, or did the crime lab do that?
The crime lab did.
And then they turned them over to you?
Yes.
Okay. I also want to ask you, do you remember, well, you could please put up for the witness only 51, the passenger footwell of the vehicle. Do you remember any items being located in the footwell?
Yes.
And do you remember any documents being located in that area?
Yes.
What do you remember?
Underneath the floor mat there was like a yellow legal type piece of paper that had a handwritten note on it. On top of that note was like a white foamy piece that was on top of that letter.
Okay.
There was also a hammer and some rocks that were in that footwell as well.
Okay. Is 51 up for you?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the appearance of the footwell?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit, permission to publish 51.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, admitted. You can publish it.
So now that the jury can see this, please go through that again. What we're seeing here.
Yep. So you can see this right here is the floor mat, so it's tipped up, and then underneath it was this the legal note that I was talking about that was handwritten,
Okay.
and then this was the white foam that was on top of it.
Okay.
And then you see the.
So this note was something he told his dad about, saying that Stephanie had written something about self-deletion and left this note under the mat. Like, why would she do that? Okay, and at first, his dad was like, no, I never saw a note. And then a month later, when the police spoke to him again, he's like, oh yeah, there was a note. It was probably just on different paper. You said letter, but it was a note. So that just sounded like Matthew had a talking to his dad. You better say there was a note. I don't know. Just speculating. But okay, look at all of this. Okay, let's see what they say about it.
The hammer and the rocks.
Hammer and some rocks?
Yes.
Okay. If you could you put an X on the floor mat, correct?
Well, the mat, that's, yeah.
Could you just write the number 1 after the X? And then on the white foam, could you write the number 2 after the X so we can distinguish for the record? X1 is the floor mat, X2 is the foam pad, and the circled item is the note.
Yes.
Okay. Ask to preserve 51A, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did you collect that note as evidence, Detective LaFleur?
Yes.
Show you exhibit 55. Please identify 55.
This is the note that was found underneath the front passenger floor mat.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. Is it 50?
He's also very busy with this yellow paper, yellow note, all of this, because in the audio we heard from the day of his arrest, which was in September of 2023, he talked about the police removing a yellow note from his wallet. He's very busy with a yellow note, so, well, there's a yellow note, okay.
The court evidence sticker in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, yep, 53.
53, okay.
53, all right.
I apologize. 53 is the note from the passenger floor mat.
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 53, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 53 is admitted.
All right, those are all my questions for Detective LaFleur.
All right, cross-examination.
Judge, she's going to be up there a while. I know you want to break at 12:30.
Yeah, it's 12:18 right now.
She may be up
You're
there
going to have a fair
30
number
minutes.
of questions
Yeah.
for her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's take a break now and...
Shame. She's got a cold and everything. Come on, Pablo, ask your questions now. Just ask them now, okay? Otherwise, the poor detective has to come back. Never mind. Okay, she's got to come back.
Let's come back at 1:30, please. Okay, folks? And we'll see how far we can get after. All right, please, follow the directions. I don't know. I think he wants to take your notebooks back, right? Okay, very good.
Bring your notebooks with you, please.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you.
Your Honor, can she step down?
Yes, you can step down. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. All right, so 46 was a phone that was admitted, right? I think I'm just checking my notes.
I've got it checked.
There's the defendant again here. Matthew Pahl.
And then 41, the scalpels were admitted as well, Madam Clerk, right? Okay. All right, so anything before we take a break, Ms. Opper?
Just again on timing, Your Honor, I think, so we're probably now looking to do the jury view around 2:30 or 3 o'clock. But if we can get it done today, that would be best because it's all set up.
We will get it done.
Okay.
Yes, that is my intent.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Galois?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, let's stand down and be in place, ready to go at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
Or a bit before, all right? Thank you.
Ah, Stefan says speak a bit louder in the hot mic, please. Right? Can they just speak up when they're whispering? Whisper louder. We want to hear what you're saying. Okay, so buckle up, everyone. Are you ready to teleport? Here we go. So they broke for lunch. And let's just make sure now. Damn, okay, wait. Here. And they're coming back. Are you ready? There we go. Amazing. It's my favorite part. Skip lunch breaks. Yeah, Kathleen said, does he look happy? He looks quite happy, the defendant, right? Doesn't look worried. He should be. Wait till the Celebrite guy
All right,
gets on the stand.
14 jurors have returned. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. And the state finished up asking their questions. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective LaFleur, you testified in direct that you were part of the Identification Bureau for the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
And you received some special training regarding documentation of evidence collected in the course of an investigation, correct?
Yes.
And preservation of evidence is important, especially in a criminal case, especially when it proceeds to trial, correct?
Correct.
And you also testified that certain evidence was handled by the state crime lab, correct?
Yes.
And that's because those people have special training in the forensic processing of evidence?
Correct.
Okay. And that's especially important when a criminal case proceeds to trial?
Yes.
You collected the scalpel and the vape that were located at the scene, is that right?
I did.
And did you notice any fingerprints, blood, or other forensic evidence on the vape that was located?
I didn't process that for evidence at all. It was just collected.
You visually inspected those items, correct?
I took photographs of them.
Okay. You didn't collect them, you didn't inventory them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in your inventory and photographing, did you notice anything that might be forensic evidence like blood or fingerprints at all?
Not obvious, no.
Okay. You also took photos of where the body was actually found, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you made note in your report that you noticed that there were several trails throughout the grassy field as well as through the woods, correct?
Just through the grass.
Okay. Did you, when you were at the scene of the where Ms. Pavlons was found, there was kind of a cleared area, is that right?
Yes.
And there was a fire pit in the area, is that right? Do you recall?
I don't recall a fire pit.
Okay, that's fine.
So you think she was, roasting marshmallows and then got attacked by somebody else? A golfer, perhaps? Huh? I know the defense is just doing their job, okay. Mace, Windu, it's so nice to see you. You said, Grizzlies, assemble. If you haven't already, please consider clicking the like. Well, yeah, guys, please click the like. Less than half of you have done so. It helps to tell YouTube, you know what, I like this, show it to more people. And then more people can join our chat and watch this trial with us.
You also were present at the search warrant that was executed at Mr. Pahl's apartment on September 17th.
Yes.
And part of your duties were you kind of took initial control of Mr. Pahl's pickup truck?
Correct.
And you chose not to inventory the contents of the interior of that vehicle at that time, right?
That's correct.
And that was in part because there was talk about doing some kind of cadaver dog search on that vehicle?
Yes.
And it was important for you that you didn't want to contaminate the vehicle at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And because contamination could have impacted the cadaver dog search?
Yes.
Okay. You also then you didn't transport the pickup truck from that scene, correct?
Correct.
In fact, but you did direct that it be taken to the Department of Public Works garage?
The fleet storage garage, yes.
And that's a secured pole barn on the DPW grounds, correct?
Yes.
And that's only the Sheriff's Department has access to that fenced-in area and the pole barn? correct?
Certain people have access to that.
Okay.
Not the entire sheriff's department.
Understood. And you directed that that vehicle be placed inside that garage on the day of the search warrant, on the 17th?
Yes.
And you also testified that inside that pole barn were also numerous vehicles that were involved in fatal traffic accidents, right?
Yes.
Again, back to the search warrant, you took photos of items that were in Mr. Pahl's apartment, correct?
Myself and another detective did.
Okay. One of the items you photographed, I think we saw in exhibits, was some type of black nylon bag. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was the one that the scalpels were in.
Yes.
Did you there were also various hygiene products, including like toothpaste and other items inside that bag, correct?
I don't recall specifically. I'd have to look at the photos again. I don't remember exactly what was in it.
Okay. But in addition to scalpels, it included a whole bunch of other stuff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to confirm whether that bag belonged to Ms. Pavlons?
No, I didn't have any confirmation with that.
Okay. You were also present for the actual cadaver dog search on September 19th, is that right?
Yes.
And when you got there, Mr. Pahl's truck was still in the pole barn?
Yes.
And so it was in with all the other vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And you were instructed, I think by the canine handler, to what's called burp Mr. Pahl's truck?
Yes.
Okay, and so you had to open and close all the doors on that vehicle?
Yes.
So you opened the driver's door, correct?
Correct.
And then you walked around to the passenger, opened and closed that?
Yes.
And you also opened and closed the back hatch for the pickup bed area, correct?
That's correct.
But you weren't told to burp any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, there were numerous other vehicles you said that had been involved in fatal accidents, including where drivers passed away in their actual seats, right?
Yes.
And you did not see the cadaver dog hit on any of those other vehicles, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Did you?
You can answer the question.
You didn't see the cadaver dog formally hit or indicate on any of those other vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Were you aware that a trail cam was put up by detectives on September 9th?
I remember that conversation being had.
Did you ever observe the trail cam video?
No.
Okay. In the course of your response to the scene, you had a chance to see the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin building, correct?
Yes.
And so you were basically from the scene, you were looking at the east side, the side of the building that faces east?
Yes.
Okay. And did you note that there are windows the entire length of that building?
I don't recall.
Did you happen to go in the building at all?
I did not.
Do you recall how long were you at the scene where Mrs. Pavlons was found?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall whether the parking lot was empty or very busy?
I can't say that as well.
Okay. Do you recall seeing beer cans in the area where Ms. Pavlons' body was found?
It was in the wooded area. It wasn't like close to where her body was, but yes.
Okay, but her body was found in kind of a clearing within the woods, correct?
Yes.
And those beer cans were kind of at the edges of that clearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What exhibit is this? I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 423 through 427. If we could show those to the witness.
Can I see it?
Emergency.
Oh, no.
There is an active threat on campus.
Okay.
Take shelter, close your doors, or follow the direction of staff and await further.
Okay then. Okay. Emergency bell went off. Warning. Wow. And then.
The same.
Okay, let's see. Southern Calibre says beer cans. Okay, let's just say she was getting wasted in the woods. It's reminding me of the Nicholas Casoda's trial. Remember, the defense was so busy with, but that out there on that isolated road, there were beer cans. Okay, just give it a moment. Judge is about to come back on. Like, what on earth? Yeah, that's a first.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Then, as we've heard now, you know that an alarm went off telling everybody to take shelter. The last time that happened was a number of months ago, and I think it went on for a very long time. Enough for everybody in this building to learn to say in Spanish, emergency, take shelter, right? So we're going to move forward now, and Mr. Wolff, you're going to show some exhibits to this witness, correct?
I am, Your Honor.
And my understanding is that they are exhibits 423, 424, 425, 426, and 427, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and there's an agreement that they will be admissible and be able to show them to the jurors right away, correct, Ms. Opper?
Correct, Your Honor.
And one more word, folks. So you see that some of the exhibits, we started at 1 and now we're at 400. What we do usually for trials is we'll have one side or the other have assigned numbers, and the defense started at 400, correct, Mr. Wolff? That's where you started. So it doesn't mean we're going to see 400 and whatever exhibits. It just means we use that convenience for marking them, and those are the numbers assigned to them. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
So it was a false alarm? It kind of sounds like it just, oh, the last time that happened, like it just went off. Okay, it just went off. Damn. That was new. That was interesting. Okay.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 423. Is that a photo that you took of the scene near the body of Ms. Pavlons?
Yes.
Okay, and there's actually an evidence marker number 4. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's in that photograph?
Several discarded beer cans.
Okay, and does that help refresh your recollection of the scene that was around in that clearing around Ms. Pavlons' body?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 424. And is that a picture that you took of the scene on that date?
Yes.
And again, that shows, what does that show?
That's from the another angle of those same discarded beer cans.
Okay. And then I'm showing you exhibit number 425. And what is that a picture that you took on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
And again, what does that show?
That's the same location where the discarded beer cans were, just a different angle.
Okay. And then there were a little further away from the body, you also located and photographed some other alcohol cans. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 426. That's a picture of some kind of lemonade, alcoholic lemonade that you took a picture of on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And then Exhibit 427, similar, a Steel Reserve beverage that you took that was also found in that area on that particular date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 403. Do you believe that that picture accurately depicts how the parking lot at OAW was on when you were investigating the scene where Ms. Pavlons was found?
I mean, I don't recall that parking lot looking like that, but.
Okay, and you are the person who took custody of, or at least temporary custody of Mr. Pavlons' pickup truck on September 9th of 2020, or I'm sorry, on September 17th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And does that vehicle that's all alone in the center of that picture, does that look similar to Mr. Pahl's vehicle?
I mean, it's difficult to say it's a pickup truck with a cap on the back.
Do you recall whether Mr. Pahl's pickup truck had a sticker midway on the driver's side of the back?
Sorry, I'm just going to pause it there. I'll go back a few seconds. Why was his vehicle there the day that they found her body? Because, of course, he had an appointment that day, right? He had an appointment the day that she was killed, and he returned home without her. And he had follow-up appointments at the same place, at this physiotherapy place. And on that day, he was there. So that's very likely his car. That's why they're pointing it out. But the police had asked him in his police interview, which we didn't get to see yet. It's detailed in the probable cause affidavit, which we read together in the trial prep. And they said that he brought it up in an interview like, oh, I was there at an appointment and I just saw this huge, like, police presence, like big crime scene, something happening. What happened? What did you guys find? What's going on out there? Like he was playing very dumb. Okay. So let's just go back a few seconds. I don't want to go too far back.
On the driver's side of the back cab of the vehicle?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Okay, nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Thank you. The state would call Specialist Platta.
Thank you. All right, sir. Come up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, have a seat, sir. Tell us your name, please.
My name is David Platta, Platta.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
How are you employed, sir?
I work as a specialist for the City of Waukesha Police Department.
So you're a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes.
What does the title specialist mean?
It means I've had extra training. My primary focus is on like crime scene, evidence handling, and that's my basic. I don't do random patrol experiences anymore. Mine is more focused on the criminal investigative side, mostly focusing on evidence and crime scene recreation.
And how long have you specialized in that area?
I'm in my 11th year.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
In my 22nd year.
On the date of September 9, 2022, were you asked to respond to a location on Gulf Road in the town of Delafield to assist the sheriff's office?
Yes.
That's not in the city of Waukesha?
No, it is not.
Okay, and...
Quick pause. Judge Zias, 1969, said, did he really have an appointment or did he go because he heard activity in that area on the police scanner app? In the probable cause affidavit, they did list 3 other appointment dates, like dates that he had an appointment there. And one of those dates happened to be the 9th of September of 2022, which is the day that they found her body. So I do think he had an appointment there just based on how they wrote that probable cause affidavit. But of course, we have to wait. This is only day 1. We have to wait to hear more evidence in the trial.
Would it be common for the sheriff's office to call you and ask for assistance on occasion with cases?
Yes. We have some specialized training equipment that other agencies don't use, so they like to have us come out to assist them with documentation of scenes.
what was your understanding of what they were investigating?
At the time, when I was informed that there was a body of a deceased female in a wooded area that they were treating as a suspicious death and wished us to come out to assist in documenting the scene.
And how were you to assist?
They requested that myself and my partner come out and do what we have is a laser scanner to laser scan the crime scene and the area around the body to document measurements and to be able to recreate the scene, along with taking some photos with a 360-degree camera to be able to catch a full view of the crime scene.
And that's equipment that the sheriff's office does not have at its disposal.
At that time, yes, they did not have that equipment.
Okay. So you went out there?
Yes.
And did your partner specialist Schmidt go with you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, do you know about what time it was?
Approximately 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Was the body still in position where it had been found?
Yes.
Is it important for the crime scene to be maintained until you can thoroughly scan the entire area?
As much as possible, yes.
Okay. So other detectives, Detective LaFleur or others, hadn't collected anything or removed anything yet?
No.
Okay. The laser scanner is physical equipment, right? You have to set it up?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain a scan of the wooded area where the body was located?
Yes, we completed seven different scans from various areas to be able to capture as much information as we could.
And in addition to the body, were you able to determine any items of potential evidentiary value?
Yes, the Sheriff's Department did have several items marked at the time of our laser scanning. It was item flags 1 and 2, which was a vape and a scalpel kind of near the woods, but in a grassy area. And then there was another section where there were multiple beer cans a little further in the woods, which is marked as item 4.
Okay. And all of those items were detected on the scan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time as we prepared for trial that I asked you to, if it's possible, to recreate the scene so that when we take the jury out there this afternoon, they can attempt to observe the items in the general area where they were at the time you first investigated?
Yes.
Is that possible for you to do?
Yes.
How did you do it?
We brought up the scans, using them as they take very specific and accurate measurements. We were able to take a fixed point in the scan, measure to where items were located, items flagged 1, 2, and 4. We were able to use a triangulation method from where items that are currently still on scene, a tree and a barrel, in order to pinpoint where those items were, and then we marked them with evidence flags for the viewing.
You mentioned a barrel. This jury has seen some photographs already of the body in the woods and an object that I would describe as in my opinion, like a 55-gallon drum or that type of burning barrel, you may call it. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Is that burning barrel still out there today?
Yes.
Okay. So you are able to assist this court in placing items out there today so when the jury goes out there, they can know the approximate location of the body and evidence items 1, 2, and 4. Is that correct?
Yes. My partner, Specialist Schmidt, and I went out there. We found those locations, and he went out there to put the evidence flags on in those locations. Obviously, the specific items of evidence we did not put back out in the field, just the flags marking where they were.
Okay. And he just did that this morning?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine an approximate distance between the body and items 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to put up for the witness only exhibit 54, please.
Go ahead.
We also want to go on the field trip, right? Site tour, we want to go there too.
Is it on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recognize exhibit 54?
Yes.
Please tell us what it is.
Exhibit 54 is a screenshot I took from our Faro software. I utilized the program in order to mark from point the flags to where the victim was, in order to determine an accurate measurement of how far the items were from where the victim was.
You mentioned the Farrell software. Can you spell that for the court reporter, please?
The abbreviation it's capital FARO.
And that's just the brand name of the software?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to determine then the distance between the body and the items 1 and 2?
Yes.
Do you believe Exhibit 54 is a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
Move to admit 54, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 54 is admitted. You may publish it.
Okay, it's a little faded out here on the screen, but if you could just point out for us what we're looking at here, please.
All right, if you can look on the bottom left kind of corner of the screen where the number 1 is, that is where item number 1 flag was. That was the vape. From that point to the location on the body that I selected is approximately 14.26 feet to that one. Then the next one where the thumbtack is, that's from item flag number 2, which was the scalpel, to a slightly different location on the body, which was 12.894 feet.
Okay. And when I asked you to mark the items in the field today for the jury view, did you use the same numbering system, 1 and 2 for the vape and the scalpel, and then 4 for the beer cans?
Yes.
Okay. Just 1 second, please. And how was the body marked out at the scene for the jury?
I believe my partner marked the body with a cone.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, Mr. Galaviz, Mr. Wolff.
Just a few questions. Officer, the way the scene is depicted today is not even close to the way it was depicted on September 9, 2022. Would you agree?
It's similar, but there are natural differences from broken tree branches and tree limbs that have come down.
Correct. This occurred September 9, 2022 when you responded, true?
Yes.
And today is October 27, 2025, true?
Yes.
So as far as summer versus fall, the area is different, true?
Somewhat, yes.
The vegetation has grown today like it was not in September of 2022, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, any...
So the defense is already telling the jury, listen, when you go out there, don't worry about it at all, because it didn't look like that at all. But I mean, they just saw the drone footage, they just saw the maps and the exhibits and everything, so they could decide for themselves, right? Angie says, how on earth would I do that? With my ears? Hell no. I cannot reveal what the hot mic is saying. Sorry about that. I don't have those superhuman powers with my ears. And I'm listening to the testimony, like you guys, right? I do hope the hot mic stops at some point, that they sort it out.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Detective or Specialist Platta.
May he be excused, please?
Pardon?
May he be
You may be
excused.
excused, of course, yes. Okay.
And this would be appropriate time to break for the jury view then, Your Honor.
Okay, folks, here's what's going to happen. It's only 2 o'clock now, so who's going to be a witness after this?
Yeah.
Do you know?
We're expecting Mrs. Pavlons, Stephanie's mother.
Okay. I think we should come back then, and then we'll determine, we should probably get some more testimony. So, folks, here's what's going to happen. You can imagine, to get everybody situated and so on, it's going to take quite a bit. I did ask you and reminded you that when I talked to you last Friday that we would be doing this jury view, and that part of the jury view would be being outdoors, and I asked you to dress appropriately. And I'm going to read to you an instruction, and this instruction is agreed upon by all parties, correct, Mr. Wolff? You will now be taken to the area of N15W28300 Gulf Road in the town of Delafield by the jury bailiff. During your trip to and from this location, you are not to discuss this case with anyone. You may talk about other matters not related to the case if you choose, just like you would in the jury room while on break. While at this location, you are not to talk at all, and no one is to talk to you about the case except me, the judge. You may write notes if you choose to do so. Upon arrival, you will disembark from the van and be led by the jury bailiff on foot into the tree line where the deceased body was located. The location where the body was found will be marked in advance with a cone. There will also be other evidence markers in the area. You are free to walk in the area as you will, but remain in the vicinity of the other jurors. Once you've completed your view of the area, return to the van. You will have 15 minutes to complete your view. While the jury view is occurring, drones will be deployed to make a record of the event. You are not to conduct any independent investigation of this location now or at any time during the trial. Going to this location is to enable you to better understand the evidence which is introduced in the courtroom and to assist you in weighing and applying that evidence. What you see there is not evidence in the case and should not be considered as evidence. So logistically, what's going to happen is you're going to go back to the jury room, and after a bit, I'll let our bailiffs, one of the sheriff's deputies will let them know, will have you brought out to the scene. If you remember seeing the photographs and the video and so on, we're going to park, there's going to be two vans. They're going to be parked in the on the driveway, and then our bailiffs will accompany you, and they're going to be directed to where the cones and the markers are by one of our sheriff's deputies, our lieutenant, who's going to be wearing a high visibility vest. Do not talk about the scene while you're there. You can say, hey, let's walk over here. I mean, the bailiffs will assist you in getting there, but will not discuss anything about the scene. Please don't ask any law enforcement officer anything. They're just there to monitor what's happening. It's really going to be an event where you go, you look, you go back to the van. We're going to have a 15-minute time frame to be there, but you don't have to, if you are satisfied with what you've seen in 3 minutes, you can go back to the van. Stay in the area so we don't lose track of anybody this afternoon, please. And we'll then come back and then we'll resume testimony. Anything else before I excuse the jurors from the state?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Then we'll let you know you're excused to the jury room, and then we'll let you know when it's time.
All right, for the jury judges, so I'm sure they should take their notebooks with them.
Yes, if they wish to do so, yes. They're not required to, but if they wish to do so.
I guess the defendant doesn't get to go with her. That'll be awkward. Don't let him out of your sights. This is the defendant here, Matthew Pahl. Okay. Defense attorneys.
Anything before we get the ball?
We've seen this defense attorney at the Jesse Krzyzewski trial. All right.
Rolling from the state?
No.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so the defense team and Mr. Pahl will be taken there as soon as possible. The state's welcome to go there at any time.
Oh, man.
The parties will be directed where to stand when the jurors come, and we'll have the jurors brought out after Mr. Pahl and his team have had the opportunity to look at the area. Okay? Let's go.
He's literally going to go with? Denny don't say sometimes the defendant does get to go, though. Oh, my. Okay, so how far behind are we? We're not far behind at all. Okay, wait. What I'm going to do is, let's first refresh this feed so that we know we're all caught up. Okay, wait. So we'll do that. What time did they say they were leaving? They said it's around 2 p.m., right? Wait. I know how to check now. Hold on. Where the judge said that. I'm doing a huge calculation here. What? Okay. I think it was around 2 o'clock when the judge sent them to the jury room, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is show you where they're going from and where to. So let's do some map time of our own, okay? back. Now let's have a look at the map for ourselves here. So here we are. Zoom in for us. They're going from Waukesha County Courthouse over here. And they're going to that area, the crime scene area. Okay, you guys are you're all ready for map time. Okay, great. So let's go from here. Let's put the little man here and look around, shall we? I think I should have actually put it. There we go. Waukesha County Courthouse. Jurors, we are an international mock jury known as the Grizzlies. We're getting on the sus bus and we'll be trailing behind them. And we're going to be looking around as well, like where are they going and what is happening? Okay. So this is the area where, I don't know if the vans are going to be out front here, maybe. And where they'll be going is, let's take this away. They'll first be driving north. Doesn't sound like they're going past the apartments, huh? They should go to the apartments and quick trip and everything, but never mind. They're going to the scene where the body was found. So they go north, and then they'll turn westward on this I-94. And they will keep going. Here's the Waukesha DMV. Okay. Springs Water Park on your right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the Springs Water Park. Okay. Yeah, and then here's the Rolling Ridge Estates. Keep going, keep going. Oak Springs. Okay, and they're still going to be going. And here you can see it says Gulf Road. Now, Gulf Road is what they said is parallel to this I-94. So they're going to be driving here and going up here and turning left onto Gulf Road. Okay, so let's put ourselves there. Okay, they're turning left onto Gulf Road. Now, the reason I was asking the time that the judge said go to the jury room, then leave, it takes 11 minutes to drive there and 11 minutes to drive back. And they're allowed to be there for 15 minutes. That's 37 minutes. And we were 20 minutes behind the stream. So it could be, they could be back soon for all we know. Okay, so we'll just drive around a little bit and do some other things. Okay, so now are we on Gulf? Is this Gulf Road? Yeah, okay. We're driving. Buckle up, everyone. Okay, County Road. Okay, so we're still going here. Sorry, it's a little bit of a choppy ride. Okay, now you can see the field here. Here's already an empty field and tree lines. Where on August 23rd of 2022, I speculate that the defendant had some sinister ideas. Okay, so he was going for his physio appointment. They said in opening statements that he injured or broke his foot. What I didn't hear was, is that while he was working? Did he injure his foot while working? Is that what they said, right? Okay. So they did say now that the state can go, the defense can go, so maybe they'll go first, and then of course the jury and them, they'll go as well. Okay, so then if you turn in here, this you could see is all that, they just showed us a lot of exhibits of this area. See, now that screenshot I took earlier is going to come in handy. Hold on. I don't know if you saw my screen go dark or what, but I took a screenshot earlier. Algoma 1. You knew I took a screenshot. Where is it? Here. Okay, there we go. That's the exhibit they showed, Exhibit 2. And this was 9. I just want to see the time there. That's a difficult time to see. Is it like 1:19 p.m.? Oh, 9:09. That's what I want to know. We can go through the document again, right? Kerry said, yeah, they said he broke. I felt like the state said maybe injured, and then the defense said broke, but did he broke? I don't know. He injured his foot. That's why he's going for physio. A few months before the PT, but was it at work or what? Okay. Anyway, so here's the field, and he would drive. Let's just look at the sign here. The sign says clinic, MRI, therapy, surgery center, and spine center, and all deliveries this way. Okay, so he would have to drive in here and park somewhere here. Right? And so if we just drive, let's drive around the back, shall we? This would be the front entrance of this Orthopedic Associates place. This is where the jury is going to go now. Oh yeah, you guys say 1:19. Okay, thank you. Stefan said 1:19 p.m. Got to cross-reference that PCA and see what time his appointment was and if he actually had one that day, huh? And did he go? And will they put the physiotherapist on the stand and be like, how did he behave? Because I really want to know as well, what was he like on the day, on August 23rd, if they can remember? Like, did he have any dirt on his clothes? Was he all sweaty? What was his demeanor like? Okay. Eerie if it was just normal. Okay. So there we go. We've got this. And so the jury's going to go around here. They're probably going to park somewhere here. We're going to now go drive around the back here. Okay. We're driving around the building. As you could see. I wonder if he also drove around this building. Doing who knows what. And if we go to the back here, this is where we drove yesterday. Stefan says free massage for the jurors there. Can we maybe get closer to this? Okay, there you go. So this is the back of the building now. You can see right here. See, there was a golf cart there. And here's this tree line here. Yeah, I feel like this guy. Did you park here somewhere, dude? Or what? And go in here. Could have. Because if we look at it now from above, look there. He definitely could have parked somewhere here. Just for a moment. Just be like, quickly, and then, I don't know. I don't know if he lured her in there. I don't know if he carried her in there. Interesting, though. But this is where they're going, and they're obviously, I think they're going to have to go through this area. Wave at the golfers. They'll have to go in through this area to where they found Stephanie's body, which was around this area. So they'll have to, look, there's even like lookout points here. They're going to have to go in through here and go to that place where there's a cone that they said they put to show where her body was found. Okay. So we have that. Let me just quickly refresh this again. 1 second. All right. So now, do you want to look at the PCA a little bit? Or do you want to hear the police audio again? We might have to do both at this point. In fact, while we're here, let me show you something new, which is this article. Thank you to everyone who sent this to me about the state attorney, because many of you remember the retired district attorney from the Darrell Brooks case. Now, I did not cover that trial. Shame. Judge Dorrow. That must have been so exhausting for Judge Dorrow as well, right? Ooh, Darrell Brooks. Oh, my goodness. So she came out of retirement, Sue Opper, to, okay, you guys are saying police audio. So maybe I should make a poll. Hold on 1 second. And then I'm going to read you this article, and then we see where we're at. Okay, hold on. Let's start a poll. Okay. Break. You can hear me typing. Okay. Police audio. Oh my word. Okay, wait till we hear it again. Or read. You know what PCA is, right? The PCA, the probable cause affidavit. We can read parts of it again. And I will even say other, and then you can type in chat what you want that to be. Okay? So there we go. There's a poll. Now, let's look at this. It says Waukesha, more than, this was, when was this printed? A few of you sent this to me December 28th of 2024. It was printed. And it says, Waukesha, more than 35 years after starting in the office as an intern, Sue Opper is going out on top, choosing to end her career after having served almost 10 years as Waukesha County's first female district attorney. Opper announced well in advance she would not seek re-election when her term expires January 3rd. She began as an intern in 1989 and was appointed to the top slot by Governor Scott Walker in 2015 when Brad Schimmel, now a judge in Waukesha County, left the DA job to become the state attorney general and was re-elected twice. Paul Bucher, who hired Opper, as well as her successor, Leslie Booser, said Opper has done a great job, garnering nothing but accolades, implementing new programs, and instilling the philosophy that it was going to be her way, and that's the way it should be, and the office kept moving in the direction it was going some time ago. So this was her like retiring in January of this year, and she came out of retirement to prosecute this case, which I'm really glad she did with all that experience to help get justice for Stephanie Pavlons, especially in a circumstantial evidence case, right? Let's just get the chat going again here. Okay, so let's see. Police audio. Many of you are voting for the police audio, hear it again, or read the PCA again, or other. Okay, I'll try to monitor what other. Magnolia says, can we do both? It depends on when they come back, right? Because we've done both already in the trial prep. So just check out the trial prep if we don't get to those things. Now, Opper, he said, worked well with law enforcement, brought in talented prosecutors amid rollover, and did a good job handling high-profile cases. Her former boss has also faced Opper as opposing counsel in the years since he left the office. But beyond it all, they are close friends. She's a tough woman, no doubt about it. In court, there were no ifs and ands or buts. You knew what you were getting. She shows up every day ready to rock and roll, and you didn't have to guess what you were going to get. When you're in court with her, you better be ready to fight, because every day she's ready to go, Bucher said. She's just a unique character. She really did a great job for Waukesha County, and they owe her a great deal. It's a big loss for Waukesha, but Leslie will pick up the reins and do a great job. Opper, a town of Delafield resident, said after consulting with family and others, she felt the time was right to step aside now. She said 10 years as DA seems like the right amount of time. With the stress and pressure of the job, she said she felt like she's still has something left in the tank, but did not want to commit to another 4-year term to leave before it was completed. In her career, Opper has handled many high-profile cases, including, of course, that of Darrell Brooks Jr., who drove a car through the Waukesha Christmas parade in 2021 in an incident that captured the world's attention. But there were also several others, including the Muskego cold case from 1979 involving John Beryl, who was convicted in the murder 40 years later in the death of his wife, Donna May. The case of Amy Van Wagner. This is a difficult word for me to say. Economawak woman who killed her husband Stanley in 2015, Michael O'Haver, who killed his girlfriend Gail Massett, and all these others, right? My goodness. Opera Bucher said worked on some high-profile cases, but did it in a rather understated way, preferring to let the process and results speak for themselves. She's a pretty unassuming person sometimes when you meet her, but that's your mistake, Bucher said. So this is just, it's an article, I'll link it for you, where you can read more about her career. And so she's had this massive career. She was ready to retire, and then with this case, she came out of retirement to prosecute this case specifically. So after this, she's going to go into retirement again. Okay, let me quickly check on what you guys are saying. Now, in this break, what do you want to do? Police audio, hear it again, read the PCA again, or other? Now, I did miss if somebody said other, what you guys said. Let me quickly look. Bai said, can someone at the facility or camps confirm she went to the appointment with him that day? Ooh, I wonder. They just know that she went to the quick trip with him and her body was found there at the place where he had his appointment. But very interesting. She went to the appointment with him. So she didn't go into the building with him, as far as we know, right? Yeah, okay. So what we know is that on August 23rd, I'll bring up the police audio in a moment if we can, if we've got time. On August 23rd, actually I've got a different map, hold on. Here you go. This is the better one, because we've got all the points on here. Of 2022, Stephanie Pavlons, I just wonder about that day. Did she usually accompany him, or was that something out of the ordinary, you know? But she lived at this Willow Park Apartments with Matthew Pahl. And I can't imagine how their daughter's feeling. Their daughter's around the age of 20 or 22-ish. She lives in a different state. And yeah, he last spoke to her. It was months before Stephanie was killed. But imagine shame, being their daughter. Like, your mother was murdered and your father's being accused of murdering her. My goodness, that is terrible. So yeah, Willow Park Apartments, they've got surveillance footage of Stephanie Pavlons here with him on August 23rd of 2022 with the pink water bottle and her purse and everything they just showed us today, leaving with him. Like, she walks out and then he walks out and they get in his car and they go. And then they stop at this quick trip. And the state said in the opening statements for some breakfast foods. So that would be this quick trip over here. So let's have a look here, shall we? Okay. Okay, we're at the quick trip now. Here we go. Let's go this way a little bit. So there will be video evidence of Stephanie here, because it was the last time that she was ever seen alive, is on footage from this quick trip. Sure, this reminds me of Naomi Irion's case, right? We also had that like gas station surveillance footage that was so sad. Let's just quickly see. It's me, D said it's hard to spell phonetically. Oh, Conomawak. Oh, Conomawak. Did I say it right? Am I saying it right yet? Am I getting closer? Some of those words are hard to say. Okay, so we will still see, I'm sure, during this trial, it's very important evidence that Stephanie was here and got into Matthew's vehicle on August 23rd of 2022. And she went in, bought some breakfast foods, they said, because this was early in the morning. Well, 9-ish, 9:30-ish. 9-ish. And then off they went to his appointment, which I think he'd had a few appointments already because of his broken foot. And so off they went to this area here. This is where the jury's going now. This Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Can you imagine being like a patient there now, just going for your normal physiotherapy, and here comes the state, the defense, the jury, the bailiffs. They're like, what are they doing there? Yeah, just don't worry, guys. Just looking at a crime scene quickly, just where it happened. Okay. Rainy Day said, is the daughter in court? Haven't seen. I know they mentioned her name was Layla in the opening statements, but I don't want to say too much about her. I feel very protective of her, Shame. So I don't want to be too specific with exactly how old she is and where she is and all that. She's got a Facebook profile, but shame. I feel really sorry for her. So, okay. Orthopedic, I said here, orthopedic place / body found. The body, as we know, was actually found here. So yeah, the jury's going to be here. And we've already now driven around this area, as you know. So yeah, they do know that she was last at the Quick Trip. That's the last footage of her seen alive, that she got into his vehicle. And just a few minutes later, he would have been driving in here to go to his appointment. So I wonder if they have surveillance here, Probably. Yeah, but here at the back here, into this tree line, her body was found. I also do wonder, do you also wonder, I think some of you wonder, because of the cadaver dog thing and the way that his car looks and everything, I mean, he could have killed her in the car and taken her back out there, but why would he go back out there? That would be really dumb. So it seems more likely that because he's accused of murdering her, right? He's accused of first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. So based on those charges, it's more than likely that he killed her somewhere before this appointment. There's 16 minutes missing that they don't know what he was up to before his appointment started, and also 20 minutes after his appointment. So, yeah. Okay, so we've got that. Now let me just quickly double check here again. Wait 1 second. Okay, we can just still see the eagle. Okay. So now let's listen to this police audio, which is this one.
You're good.
Okay, so what we have here is something we heard in trial prep, and I'm going to play it for you now. And it is 9 minutes long. And it's audio from when the defendant, Matthew Pahl, was just talking to the police officers before he actually was read his Miranda rights, before he had his official interview. This was on September 18th of 2023. So it was like a year after Stephanie's body was found that he was actually arrested. And you will hear throughout this that he's the victim, okay? He's the victim, my goodness. And he talks about yellow paper. We saw some yellow paper under the mat of his vehicle, but they didn't read to us what was on there. So I don't know if she actually wrote a note, if it was in her handwriting or not, if he wrote a note, how many other notes were there. He talks a little bit about his yellow papers here, okay? So let's listen again. If you listened to it in trial prep, let's listen even more carefully now. See if we pick up anything now that we didn't pick up yesterday based on the testimony that we heard yesterday. Okay.
I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be nothing new. It wouldn't be nothing new. I got charged, the DA's office charged me for beating up that guy, breaking the window. That never happened.
Okay.
Just like in the interview when I was in with you.
Yeah.
They fabricated a witness at the school with my daughter spanking, which was absolute bullshit. So,
yeah.
This is just silly. I just don't know how you go by just because of what the Pavlons say.
Okay, I'm going to make commentary in between. We listened to it pretty much all the way through yesterday in the trial prep, so if you want to hear it like that, this is part of a hearing that Law and Crime streamed. That's also linked in the trial prep for you. But here, when he says, you know, they fabricated evidence about my daughter's spanking. Oh, did you domestically did you physically abuse your daughter as well? You know what I mean? Like this guy. Because Stephanie, who's the mother of his daughter, right, that he's accused of murdering, Stephanie, she was writing in her journal and documenting on her cell phone physical abuse that she had suffered from him. She had a black eye. She had a red mark on her breast. She had bruises, and she was saying things in her journal. So I wonder if he also abused his daughter. And I wonder if that's why she moved out of state. I don't know it. I'm just saying based on what he just said, right? Now, the Pavlons, her name, the victim's name is Stephanie Pavlon. The Pavlons, it's his parents, right? I mean, sorry, it's her parents, right? Now, they said this afternoon her mother would take the stand. So we are waiting to see that.
Because of what the Pavlons family says, you know, it's
got so very little to do with that, man.
Oh, it's got everything to do with that, because I know for a fact what I did and what I didn't do.
Gotcha.
Okay, you're not going to do inception on me by planting thoughts in my head with things I didn't do.
You think we're planting thoughts on your head?
I'm not trying to be addicted. I'm just telling you. I read the paper. I understand that DOJ's in Illinois, DOJ's in Michigan, rounding up a lot of detectives for putting people away on fabricating shit. Okay, that's all over the place.
I'm not worried.
That's all over the place.
I'm not worried about that.
Well, I don't know what I'm being arrested for.
Well,
what could I possibly be arrested for? I didn't do anything.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not worried about DOJ doing any kind of roundups. Got nothing to do with me.
Oh, I think eventually DOJ.
Is he talking about the Department of Justice there? Doing roundups or what? Cleaning up the streets? Yeah. But he's like, I don't do anything. He's very defensive when he hasn't even... It's not the official interview yet. And when it was, he said a whole bunch of crap as well.
Is going to be in this state. I mean, I think eventually.
It's possible.
I think eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I'm not worried about it personally.
I mean, I'm just wondering what's going on. This shit is real. I mean, it was just on the news this weekend with the Innocence Project about how many people are getting charged and convicted for shit they don't do.
Gotcha.
You think the way I'm here, do I act like I'm guilty?
People act different ways, different
Oh,
times,
yeah, I know that. Trust me, I know that.
Yeah.
And detectives do different things different ways too.
That's
you know?
fair. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not worried about DOJ.
But come on, man. I mean, honestly, no, I'm not. I'm just telling you that's what's going on.
No,
I mean,
I don't doubt it.
It's a reality.
I've seen it. I hear what you're saying.
I mean,
he's like, do I act guilty? Sure. A little bit, you know, but I mean, just calm down, dude. Just calm down. I mean, and he's not saying like, he's saying he's just saying weird things. It's not the usual, right? So to me, he's acting a little bit shady and very defensive.
Honestly, heart to heart, whatever that saying is, you know, I'm a little bit shocked. I thought you guys were going to do a little bit better than this.
Oh, really? Did we disappoint you?
No, they just put the blame game on somebody.
Oh.
I thought you would actually be able to, you know, like you guys are supposed to do it. You're supposed to follow the evidence.
Is there anybody else upstairs that needs to be, anyone in the house?
No, nobody's up there.
The door's open, you lock.
No, I did.
I still really like that part when the detective says, or the police officer there, oh, did we disappoint you, right? Listen.
That's fair. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not worried about DOJ.
But come on, man. I mean, you know, honestly, no, I'm not. I'm just telling you that's what's going on.
No,
I mean, it's a reality.
I've seen it. I hear what you're saying.
I mean, honestly, heart to heart, whatever that saying is, you know, I'm a little bit shocked. I thought you guys were going to do a little bit better than this.
Oh, really? Did we disappoint you?
No, they just put the blame game on somebody.
Oh.
I thought you would actually be able to, you know, like you guys are supposed to do it. You're supposed to follow the evidence.
Is there anybody else
upstairs there needs to be anyone in the house?
No, nobody's up there.
The door's open, you lock.
No, I did. I believe I did lock it. I just got confused with my lock over there, my bike.
Okay.
I'm pretty.
Oh, is that so? Did we disappoint you, huh? Mick Swede, thank you for your Swedish krona. You said love YouTube videos. Hi from Sweden. Thank you so much.
Make sure I lock my door before
We'll make sure it's locked. We'll get that taken care of. We'll make sure everything's secured before we leave, okay?
Well, you don't got a warrant to go in there.
I will. No, he said there's nobody else. All right.
Do you have my keys? I mean, I know you took my yellow piece of the paper out of my wallet last time.
Yellow piece.
Yeah, see, now he's talking about his yellow pieces of paper. I know you took it out of my wallet last time. Okay, and there's that yellow piece of paper under his floor mat, which he claims to be a self-deletion note from the victim.
Yeah.
Or that he actually said it's actually not that's what was implied. But then he said it's not a self-deletion note. It's actually her saying, the victim saying that she hates her parents and she hates him and everyone. She hates her life. Like, okay.
It's on camera. I mean, you took my yellow pieces of paper in that little room that was in my wallet.
Yeah.
And that wasn't in the search warrant.
Did you grab that or?
No, I'm good.
I'm drawing a blank on what that would be.
That was personal information that belonged to me.
There was a number of people in and out of there that day, right? Like there was probably
Come on,
10 detectives.
You hand me my wallet and the papers are gone. You took them out.
Again, the yellow paper. I don't know what was on it off the top of my head, but.
Well, it would have to be on the search warrant if you take it.
Bianca T is like, he's saying, where's my fake note? You took my fake note. Right?
Throw these in a bag. Yeah, I'm putting your stuff in a bag, all right, bud? In an envelope.
Okay. Yeah, I figured it would be some show around the year. I figured you'd have to try to come up with something to justify what you did.
What we did?
By coming here and arrested somebody for what? For what?
We went through all that.
Murder and hiding a corpse. How about that? He's like, ha ha ha, for what? Okay, you'll see.
I'm shocked, but yet I'm not with Waukesha County.
Yeah.
Fabricating stuff.
Surprised you stayed living in the county with all these beefs you've had here.
Well, I got kind of stuck here.
Yeah.
I got kind of stuck here, you know. Basically, helping her, you know, helping her stay alive for so many freaking years.
Yeah.
Oh wow, helping her. I got stuck here. helping her, assuming he's talking about the victim, stay alive for all these freaking years. That doesn't sound like, well, what the state said, why you were stuck here. He wanted to go to the Philippines to be with 2 women. I wonder if they obviously didn't know about each other, but they probably do now, right? Oh dear, he was making future plans and he wanted to leave like around 2022-ish. But then he broke his foot. So he was stuck because his foot was broken. And probably, I don't know if he was stuck financially at all or not, or what his plan was. But yeah, he sure likes to blame others, including the victim, for everything, right? Okay. Yeah, Kerry says he pretends not to know why arrested, and then on about those yellow papers.
You know, and then now I'm getting accused. I assume this is what it is. Now I'm getting accused of something I absolutely did not do.
Okay.
All I can say is, you know, I'd rather stand with God and be judged by the people than stand with the people and be judged by God, because, you know, on review day up there, you guys better have the answers, man.
On review day up there, you guys better have the answers, man. You better tell God what you've done here, arresting an innocent man. Right, Indy Isham, thank you so much for your $4.99 or $5 sticker. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. You say good job. Thank you so much.
Seems fair.
You better have the answers.
I feel pretty good, man. I sleep at night.
I do too.
So
I do too. I do too.
Do you though? Because we know about you downloading that police scanner, listening in 20 times, 50 times, 60 times, all the time, telling the women that you were planning a future with, I think they dodged a bullet, telling them that something's bothering you. There's something that happened to someone in your inner circle. You're very, very worried. Sure, it doesn't sound like you sleep so well at night, dude. And especially not since he was arrested, because he's been in jail this entire time and on a $2 million bond.
I do too.
that's good.
Can't get a drink out of my bottle. I knew as soon as I looked over here. I knew it was the police. I knew you guys were the police. Yeah. A good thing I wasn't on my bike. It might have hit me.
Hello, Puerto Rico.
Hi. Clear citation from CBSP for assignment. I think it's the same call 22 then.
I got a fucked up shoulder.
That's right.
It's on, it's recording.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. Echo.
Yeah? Yeah.
I don't care if you want to, however you want to.
Okay, and that was what they shared at the motions hearing in March of 2025. So let me just read you this quickly, which talks about that motions hearing. It's almost 4 hours long, and it was posted on Law and Crime. They streamed that hearing at the time. So let's go up here. Judge hears motions in Pahl homicide case. They said trial set for early April. Shame. And here we are. Stephanie's poor family has had to deal with lots of delays. Waukesha. Evidence the defense sought to be excluded from the trial of a Waukesha man accused of killing his longtime girlfriend and dumping a body in a wooded area in the town of Delafield will be admitted into the case following a day of motion hearings in Waukesha County Circuit Court on Wednesday. Matthew Pahl, 56, is charged, now he's 57 now, charged with first-degree intentional homicide. His birthday is in June. Okay. 56 is charged with first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse and is being held on a $2 million cash bail. He was charged about a year after the body of his longtime girlfriend, Stephanie Pavlons, was discovered in a wooded area near the site of the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin clinic on Gulf Road on September 9th of 2022. A trial in the matter is set for, you see why I write things in pencil. Imagine if we had written that in pen at the time. I didn't know about the case at the time. But now imagine if we did. And we would have written that in pen and be like, damn it, because more delays. You just never know. Ahead of that trial, the sides have filed numerous motions, many of which were addressed in Wednesday's hearing. Among them was the state's motion for a jury to be taken to the site, which is what's happening right now. Why is there a break in this trial? Because right now, the jury's out there at the site, okay? So they said among them was the state's motion for a jury to be taken to the site where Pavlons' body was found, after the state said it lay there for 17 days after her death. Taking jurors to the site will help them understand how the body went undetected for that length of time, and possibly why the crime itself was not witnessed by others. Then District Attorney Sue Opper said in making the request. So she made the request. Nice. Yeah. Circuit Judge Ralph Ramirez ordered the parties to come up with a plan to make that happen. And clearly they did, because off they went, right? Defense attorney Jeffrey W. Jensen Sr. So he's apparently, Matthew Pahl's had 3 sets of attorneys already. This is his 3rd set of attorneys. And the first 2 were public defenders, and now he apparently has private attorneys. Okay. So defense attorney Jeffrey W. Jensen Sr., who also asked that any evidence from the cadaver dog authorities used in the case be thrown out as hearsay because the dog can't be cross-examined. Sir, you literally argued that? You said you want that evidence thrown out because the dog can't be cross-examined? Put the dog on the stand. We'll see. Okay, so after hearing from witnesses, including a deputy, as well as arguments from the attorneys, Judge Ramirez ruled that the fact that the dog alerted on the back of Pahl's truck as having once carried a dead body can be admitted into the trial. Now, I know we all have so many questions about that. Why was that alert there? When? Like, is it from the same day? Did he go back to the area? Because he could have gone back to the area, right? And then moved her body or checked on her body or something. And then touched his vehicle or something. It could be that. But okay, they said Jensen also sought to suppress comments that Pahl made while in custody. He said detectives arrested and handcuffed Pahl at his home on September 18th of 2023 and led him to a squad car without reading him his Miranda rights. Pahl made several spontaneous statements. We just heard that together, right? His suppression motion said, and a detective asked Pahl if he was disappointed in law enforcement. He replied, I thought you had to follow the evidence. And he said he figured there would be some show around the 1-year mark of her body being found. Some show? Oh my word. He said he figured police would have to come up with something to justify what you did and accuse police of fabricating the evidence. However, after the testimony of a detective on the scene that day, Ramirez ruled that the statement should not be suppressed. Nice. Good job, Judge. A state motion to admit other acts against Pahl remains undecided. The motion accused Pahl of controlling behaviors over Pavlons in the 20-plus years that they were together, including physical, verbal, and mental abuse. The evidence includes a report from their daughter of the abuse her mother suffered, including images sent to the daughter's phone by Pavlons, as well as a journal found at Pavlons' parents' home documenting incidences of abuse, the motion said. The state also seeks to introduce evidence that Pahl sold Pavlons' prescription drugs and also withheld them from her. as well as disclosures she made to medical professionals. Okay, Chihuahua Mama, welcome back. I think you were a member before, right? Welcome back. Jensen filed a reply brief saying the evidence should not come into the trial because none of it points to what caused Pavlons' death, and her journal entries should be considered hearsay. Really what the state seeks to do here is invite the jury to speculate that because Pahl may have been violent towards Pavlon in the past, he must be the one who caused her death, Jensen wrote. This is exactly what is prohibited by state law, which reads evidence of a person's character or trait of the person's character is not admissible for the purpose of proving the person acted in conformity therewith on a particular occasion. A further motion hearing is slated for March 24th. March 24th. Wasn't this one from? March 14th. Okay. So I wonder what they ruled on that. Anyway, so we're there. Now they are not back yet. Wait. They're still out there viewing the scene. They shouldn't actually be too much longer based on the timing that they said, right? Okay. So let me quickly see here. All right. So what I'm going to do is just bring this over here. And I think we're going to see Stephanie's mother take the stand this afternoon. Right now, if you're watching live with me, the local time in Waukesha, Wisconsin, is 7 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. And so I would assume they run normally till about 5-ish. And also, I did look up the weather too. The weather, Waukesha weather, is 12 degrees Celsius and sunny. Let's do this in Fahrenheit now. 53 degrees Fahrenheit and sunny. That's what it is right now. The wind is 11 miles per hour. Humidity, 57%. Obviously, no rain. Okay, so that's the jury's out and about there now looking at the scene. It takes about 11 minutes to drive there. And so let's just actually see. Yeah, the drive is an 11-minute drive from the courthouse. But they had to go to the jury room and get everything ready and all of that, right? And then they would be driving from the courthouse to go and view the scene. They've got 15 minutes at the scene here to go and view it. And then they've got to get back in the vans and everything and drive back 11 minutes or so. Right? So, yeah, they should be back soon. Okay, do you have any questions before I look at anything else again? Shona says, I think we can all agree that there's no doubt those were unsolicited, spontaneous utterances. That the copper didn't want to ask him questions. Besides, you're disappointed with us, right? Yeah, he was just making lots of spontaneous utterances, right? Okay. Thelma said, why would he know the police were going to arrest him? They went there to his house, I think, with an arrest warrant to arrest him, take him in, read him his Miranda rights, and then he talked a lot. He first said a lot of stuff that was just... You really going to lie about that? They're going to be like, look, here's the surveillance footage of you with Stephanie's purse that day. And he's like, no, that's not her purse at all. Okay. Carson said, did they stop for food? Nope, because they already had a lunch break. So, no. Wu-Tang Alex said, you should have given us the weather in your pilot's voice. My pilot's voice is like so, however many, 15 years ago. You know what I mean? Now I've just got snark. I'm fluent in snark and snarky voice. So times have changed. Okay, now let's bring this up. We can look at this a little bit. We've got to do something, right? Instead of staring at a wall. I don't want to stare at the wall. Do you want to stare at the wall? I don't want to. Okay, let's go like this. So here we are again, everybody. Let me quickly see when his birthday is, and then I'll redact it again, wait. 11th of June. Okay. 11th of June. Delisa said, how old was he in the mugshot? 2023, September 2023, 55? Right? 55-ish. And Nina said, did you used to be a pilot? Yes, I was an airline pilot in South Africa, at South African Airways, for 9 years. That was the last time I flew was 2013. That's a long time ago. I'm a YouTuber now, okay? So, criminal complaint, as you could see here, he's charged with first-degree intentional homicide. He's facing life without parole, mandatory if convicted on this charge. And they say the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, August 23rd, in the town of Delafield, Waukesha County, did cause the death of victim A with intent to kill that person. Okay, and then hiding a corpse, it says the above-named defendant on or about Tuesday, August 23rd, in the town of Delafield, did hide a corpse. So they do, based on this, believe, because I've now got lots of questions. It's actually helpful to revisit the documents, you know, just to anchor ourselves again to what they stated here. Because, yeah, my mind started going all over the place, like, wait, with the cadaver dog, and then the car, and then did he take her body back, and then what did he, no. They're, based on this, thinking that he murdered her somewhere between the quick trip and him having that appointment and put a body there in that wood line, right? Okay. I just want to see what's happening here. Okay, still waiting. So the probable cause, which we read through in the trial prep. So if we do not get to read through this whole thing now, just know that we're just passing the time a little bit because the jury's out sightseeing. And while we like to start late to defluff, these types of days are really difficult to get perfectly right with the timing. Normally if they have a lunch break and 2 coffee breaks, you can, yeah, I'm pretty good at guessing times, but like today's a little bit, you know, I wasn't even sure if they'd come back after, even the judge, he wasn't sure until just before they went if they would actually come back to hear more witness testimony. And he said just before they left, oh, okay, let's come back then and continue with the testimony. Okay, and they expect Stephanie's mother to take the stand. So we're just reading through some of this again rather than staring at a wall, because I think a lot of us here, even if we're not diagnosed, may be united in ADHD. Am I right? Let's not look at the wall. Okay, we're going to fall asleep. So probable cause. And praise that the defendant, let's not read that paragraph again. We read that yesterday to qualify this being written. So this says on September 9th of 2022, right? At approximately 10:54 a.m., Waukesha County Communications Center received a call from Findorf construction employee working in the area of that North 15 West 28300 Gulf Road. That's there, where we just went on the map, where the jury is right now. Located in the town of Delafield, regarding a deceased person. The worker stated the deceased person was located in a wooded area just east of the listed address. Deputy Frank Frascello responded to the location and met with the 3 construction workers. Okay, so we heard that 911 call today, right? Do you remember? Angie said you would make a great, fantastic attorney. Oh, thank you so much. You guys all, yeah, you're like, yep, ADHD is me. Who wants to stare at the wall? Anybody? Okay. Deputy Frascello stated he was advised that the construction workers were posting no trespassing signs on the property to the east of that Gulf Road area when they observed what they believed to be a deceased person lying in the wooded area on the property. Deputy Frascello stated that he was escorted to the area by one of the workers and confirmed that there was a deceased person lying in the woods. But even that, if this defendant, if he murdered her and they do not know the cause of death because of the severe decomposition, I think he's too dumb to have planned that out for himself. It just worked in his favor that she was left out in the elements like that, okay? He's not smart enough to plan all that, okay? Based on his Google searches and everything else he did. This guy's a dumbass. So anyway, but to just leave her body like that, just there in the tree line, I mean, what did he think would happen? And did he think, now we're speculating, did he think, ooh, if I I'm just speculating, pull up her top and her bra and kind of unbutton her pants, that people will just be like, ooh, there's a body there. She must have been attacked by some random stranger right outside the place where I get my physio appointments. Sure, the physio treatments, right. I don't know about that. I also worry about him, you know, about her saying no and him wanting to do stuff, and that might have gone wrong in the woods. But how did he lure her there? I don't know. Cherry said, actually diagnosed ADHD just today. Did you get a certificate? Thank you so much, Cherry, for your £2 sticker. If I'm ever diagnosed with anything, I want a certificate. Please give me a certificate for that. Thank you so much. Okay, so here we go. Numerous other detectives with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. Now, we heard from some of them today. This was important testimony today. The drone footage as well, right? Responded to the area. Detectives found that the victim was located north of Gulf Road in the wooded area, approximately 5 feet from the tree line. So yesterday, guessing where that was? Yeah, we were pretty close, huh? Yeah, Stefan says 5 feet from the tree line. The deceased person was positioned with their arms near their head and their shirt pulled up. Again, I ask, was that an extra step to humiliate her? There's also a vape pen that was found there and a scalpel in that area. And she was lying on her back with her shirt pulled up and her bra pulled up and her belt undone and her buttons of her pants undone but not pants pulled down. So why, if he's the guy accused of doing this and if it turns out that he's the guy that did it, why would he do that, right? Okay, so they then confirmed, they said the deceased person was in an accelerated state of decomposition. However, it was determined that the deceased person was a female. A search of the area was conducted and the unidentified female did not have a purse, wallet, cell phone, or identification of any kind. So he had that all at his house, right? Now, Diane Riley said dragging her could be. It could be, right? Cherry said, I really did get a certificate and a sticker. Okay, okay. Stefan said he probably hated golfers and tried to blame them. Oh, layered resentment. Can you imagine? Stefan also says staged, in my opinion. I mean, especially if we consider the vape pen and the scalpel and the way she was found. I think I agree with you, Stefan. It seems very, very staged. Right? Okay, so he didn't report her missing at all. So they didn't know who this was when they found her body at first. If there's anything else that you guys want to do or watch, there's not too many clips in this case, let me know, okay? There's obviously the 4-hour hearing, but we'll never get through that in this break. So that I'd rather read this. There's lots of information here to refresh our memory. I know some of you are like, oh, I hate it when they say refresh my recollection. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Also, if you want to see me live more later, I'll be on Court TV later. Okay. So that's going to be 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Court TV just sent me an email. Okay. So on September 10th of 2022, that's the day after the body was found, right? Hold on. I've got to monitor the court feed. Yeah. Dr. Shiel or Shiel? How do you think I should say it? Dr. Shiel of the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy of the unidentified female. During the course of the autopsy, it was determined that the unidentified female had a tattoo of a blue and green rose, along with a tribal or barbed wire band located on her upper left arm. The unidentified female also had a tattoo of a J on the inside of her right ankle. Dr. Shiel located a partial bridge in the mouth of the decedent, located on the lower left side of her jaw. Dr. Shiel advised that the partial bridge contained the markings of SP65. Dr. Shiel also advised that the decedent had a surgical pin located in her right wrist from a previous medical procedure. Dr. Shiel advised that the decedent was approximately 5'2" to 5'6" tall. And she advised that the unidentified female, actually, Dr. Shiel, of the medical officer. They didn't say if Dr. Shiel was a female, did they? Okay, so just Dr. Shiel advised that the unidentified female was middle-aged. The unidentified female was also wearing a white in color ring containing a square, light green in color stone. That sounds like a beautiful ring, right? Okay. Surrounded by smaller white in color stones. Dr. Shiel advised that based upon the preliminary results, she believed the unidentified female had been deceased between 1 week and 1 month. And it was 17 days later, right? So using the information obtained from the autopsy and other law enforcement resources, detectives were able to determine that the unidentified deceased female was victim A. Detective Brian Fredericks responded to was victim A. So when they say victim A, that's Stephanie Pavlons. Victim B and C are her parents, and victim D in this document is her daughter. Okay. So Detective Brian Fredericks responded to the last known address. And here we begin with the investigation, looking at a long-term partner of over 20 years. Yeah, Matthew Pahl, who's sitting there listening to the police scanner and doing all sorts of Google searches, looking for obituaries in Waukesha and his girlfriend's name before anyone knew that she was no longer with us. Okay, so Detective Planis, we just heard from Detective Planis today, and Detective Fredericks made contact with victim B and C, the parents. Detective Fredericks provided victim B with a photograph of victim A's shoes and ring, and victim B confirmed that the identification of victim A. Can you imagine how heartbreaking that must have been? You know? Victim B and C indicated that victim A lived with her long-term boyfriend, identified as, again, was that a number or what? Just hold on. I just want to see what I've redacted here. Like, why would I reject that name? Matthew Pahl. I think I was trying to highlight it. Okay. You guys are asking what time. I'm on Court TV from 9:30 to 9:45 Eastern time. Calculate from there. Okay, so victim B and C, her parents, indicated that victim A lived with her long-term boyfriend, identified as Matthew Pahl, hereinafter referred to as the defendant. Victim B and C stated that they do not get along with the defendant, nor do they like him or maintain a relationship with him. Victim B and C stated that victim A and the defendant have been in an on and off again relationship for over 20 years. They further advised that the last time either of them had seen or spoken with victim A was approximately 3 weeks ago. Shame, man. So they spoke to her last shortly before she was murdered, because it was 17 days later that they found her body, right? From August 23rd to September 9th. And when did they speak to the parents? September 12th. Around then they started speaking to them. Yeah. Okay, they stated that victim A and the defendant do have an adult daughter together. I do wonder if the daughter will testify as well, right? Janine Doyle, thank you so much for your £1.99 sticker. I really appreciate the sticker. Thank you so much. Southern Calibre said, Court TV on a trial week? I know, right? It's quite hectic. It'll be I'll be awake from 2 to 3 in the morning, my time. Yeah? Okay. I don't mind. So the cats will be doing Zoomies as well. Right. So I do wonder if Stephanie's daughter will testify too or not, who currently resides out of state and was identified as victim D. Victim B and C, that's Stephanie's parents, stated that victim A normally resides with the defendant together at the defendant's apartment in the city of Waukesha. We saw some exhibits of his apartment today, of their apartment. But she was not on the lease. So this guy, he just sounds absolutely horrible. Victim B identified the apartment building as the Willow Park Apartments, located on Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha. They did state that victim A was not on the lease. Victim B and C stated that victim A did not have any friends that they were aware of. They stated that victim A was a very private person, and both victim A and the defendant stayed to themselves. Victim B stated that she believed that victim A and the defendant had some domestic violence issues. Victim B stated that she never observed any marks on victim A. However, she believed that the defendant knocked her around. Victim B and C, so her mom and dad, further stated that Stephanie would never leave the house without a purse or backpack. They stated that victim A would always have a phone with her and identification. They further stated that victim A does have a tablet and uses Facebook. They identified victim A's Facebook profile and further stated that they have communicated with victim A through Facebook in the past. Victim B and C advised that victim A did not have a vehicle. Okay. So I'm just checking again. Let me just quickly see where we're at here. They're taking a while, hey? Listen, jurors. You have 15 minutes out there, okay? All right. So, while at the residence, victim B escorted Detective Fredericks to victim A's bedroom. So now this is at her parents' house, which still contains some clothing and some other personal effects. Detective Fredericks located an old cell phone and a daily planner book belonging to victim A. Again, I will say trigger warning, because now we're going to be discussing themes of domestic violence, and that could be triggering for some, right? So it'll be about 5 minutes. If it's too much for you, just come back, right? We'll save you a seat. Detectives reviewed the daily planner book that belonged to victim A that they'd recovered from victim B's home. The planner contained notes and monthly calendars beginning in June of 2021. Detective planners located the following entries. July 7th of 2021, horrible effing day. July 8th of 2021, stating, another depressing and physically abusing day. I think he likes to do it, even though he says he doesn't. Hate my life. July 9th of 2021, go home, power washed instead, and got hit hard, which left a nice mark on my chest. Got a nice scar along with it. There are additional entries contained within this planner consisting of similar information alleging physical and emotional abuse. So, if that is so, then we know from all our studies of these domestic violence related cases that it never gets better, it gets worse, right? And so the escalating violence is a huge red flag. And yeah, I'm not surprised that he's the one accused of murdering her based on all of this. Now, he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We're only on day one. We've got to see what other evidence they have, right? I think on day one might have doubts, of course, but just based on what we read about his Google searches and everything else that he said and did, or what he told the police, I don't know. I feel like there's a high possibility, a high probability that he will be found guilty. Now, detectives also reviewed some of the contents of a cell phone that formerly belonged to Stephanie Pavlons, victim A, that she stopped using around February of 2022. On the cell phone, there are multiple pictures from the year 2021 of victim A with a bruised and swollen eye, as well as a red mark on her breast. Detective Fredericks responded to the area of the Willow Park Apartments located on Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha and located a gray Toyota Tacoma with a silver truck bed cap with no windows, parked in the lot with Wisconsin registration plate number. They showed us that vehicle today, his vehicle. Through further investigation, it was learned that this vehicle was the vehicle used by the defendant. Additionally, it was learned that the defendant and victim A resided together in the apartment at Willow Park Apartments located at Delafield Street. Despite the fact that the defendant and victim A lived together, the defendant never reported her missing between August 23rd of 2022 and his first contact with law enforcement on September 17th of 2022. So here we go with the surveillance footage, right? Review of surveillance video. Through further investigation, detectives learned that the Willow Park apartment complex had cameras that recorded the entrances and exits of the building, as well as two common areas. In reviewing the footage from these cameras, victim A was observed exiting the apartment complex on August 23rd of 2022 at approximately 8:39 a.m., wearing a black shirt, blue jeans with a tear in the knee, New Balance tennis shoes, and carrying a black purse with silver-colored metal links and chains, a large pink water bottle, and a plastic bag with unknown contents. Victim A's outfit matches the clothes that she was wearing when her body was discovered. The footage also shows the defendant exiting the building at approximately, 1 minute later, 8:40 a.m. The defendant was wearing a light-colored gray t-shirt, camouflage shorts, blue-orange tennis shoes, and tall black socks. The defendant, that to me, did he usually dress like that? He could have. Or was he wearing tall black socks and camo pants because he's like, you know what I'm going to do? Go into the wood line. I'm going to the wood line with her. You just never know. You know? Was he prepared for scratches on his legs? Okay. So, at approximately, the defendant's Toyota Tacoma was observed driving in the parking lot at approximately 8:43 a.m. At approximately 11:03 a.m., the defendant's Toyota Tacoma was observed driving in the parking lot of the complex through the window of an entry door. At 11:14 a.m., the defendant enters the apartment building carrying a large pink water bottle, believed to be the same water bottle victim A previously left the building with, along with a blue folder, a black cell phone clipped to his right side shorts pocket, and unknown items in his left shorts pocket. Detectives further observed the defendant walking on the sidewalk via the security camera footage, empty-handed, at approximately 12:20 p.m. that day. Okay, so he gets home at 11:14 a.m. carrying Stephanie's stuff. Then the defendant walks on the sidewalk, okay, by the security camera footage empty-handed at 12:20 p.m. that day. At this time, the defendant was wearing a different colored shirt. And did they ever find that shirt or what, huh? Interesting. Detectives further observed, detectives observed the defendant enter the building alone at approximately 12:29 p.m. Detectives stated the defendant was carrying a plastic shopping bag containing victim A's black purse. You see, maybe I'm just wondering about the cadaver dog, right? I'm just thinking if 1103, parking lot of the complex. So that's back home, right? 1103. It's back home. Goes through the apartment building carrying the pink water bottle. Okay. A blue folder and a black cell phone. At 12:20, he's walking on the sidewalk. And at 12:29, he enters the building alone, carrying a. So maybe that, maybe the purse. Maybe he went to go get a purse after his appointment or something. Weird. Because he did talk about the purse being in the back of his vehicle, and that he only noticed it there, which he lied, when he took the car to be cleaned, which was on September 6th of 2022. Stephanie's body was found on September 9th, but they saw him carrying that purse into the house on August 23rd. So what I'm saying is, if he murdered her before his appointment, went to his appointment, which that's scary as hell to think about, especially for the physio to be like, wait, what? And then went back to her body after the appointment, maybe he grabbed her purse and things then, I don't know, and put that in the back of the vehicle, and maybe that's what the dog detected? Could be, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's too early for decomposition signs, you know. Okay, so it's probably too early, right? I don't know. Okay, tell me what you think. I see the snark, Zoe B. Okay, so detectives reviewed the surveillance footage from the apartment complex between August 23rd of 2022 and September 13th, and victim A is never seen again after she leaves with the defendant on August 23rd. On Friday, September 16th of 2022, detectives placed a phone call to Stephanie's cell phone. Detectives stated that her cell phone rang multiple times until the automated voicemail message was heard. Based on this information, victim A's cell device was still powered on, and he was apparently checking her Facebook and listening to her voicemails and everything, and even sending himself YouTube videos from her phone, but didn't report her missing, and didn't say, whoa, she's been missing this entire time, but yet I've got her phone and she's somehow sending me messages like YouTube links, which were then deleted. Stefan said, I was thinking about that option too, G, right? Okay. I'm just checking what you guys are saying. Don't worry, I'm monitoring the court feed. As soon as they're back, we'll be back. Will they be back today, though? Will they really carry on? It's 25 to 4 in the afternoon. They're probably going to come back and be like, oh, okay, let's call it a day. I'm like, come on. You really did that to us? Well, we'll wait and see, right? So if later I decide to defluff this, you know, as in this whole stream for us, that is why the live chat disappears sometimes. If I have to make it shorter because we just were waiting, and then if it ended up that they go home, there's no point in like such a long stream, right? You know what I mean? I make sure the replay viewers are looked after as well, okay? If you are a replay viewer, thank you so much for watching. People watch from the future. All right, there's still people watching Letitia Stark's trial and many trials that we've covered, right? Okay, so here we go. It says her phone was still on, and they said, had victim A's cell device been powered off, victim A's cell device would not have rung and would not have gone straight to the automated voicemail message. Oh, sorry, would have gone. This call was placed a full week after victim A's decomposed body was discovered, and 24 days after victim A is last seen on the apartment surveillance. Sarah Sky Craig says, the fact he didn't report her missing is sus, right? Cell phone records. Detectives prepared a warrant for the phone records of victim A, and it was signed by Waukesha County Judge. The records were obtained from T-Mobile and analyzed by Detective Schroeder of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. Detective Schroeder indicates the following. On the 23rd of August of 2022, at approximately between midnight and 8:46 a.m., victim A's cell device was near their apartment on Delafield Street. At approximately 8:46 hours, victim A's cell device begins to move. Victim A's cell device takes a general route of northbound Delafield Street to westbound Northview Road to northbound Grandview Boulevard. Victim A's cell device stays in the area of Grandview Boulevard and the I-94 from approximately 8:52 to 9:13. Detective Schroeder stated that based on video surveillance from Quick Trip, victim A is observed entering the Quick Trip located at this 2001 Gulf Road at approximately 8:53 a.m. Victim A exits a dark-colored Toyota Tacoma, which has a cab and a type of silver rack mounted above the cab. Victim A was the passenger of this truck. Victim A purchases some products from Quick Trip and then exits the store and re-enters the Toyota Tacoma as the front passenger. At approximately 9:11 hours, the Toyota Tacoma is observed exiting the Quick Trip parking lot and traveling west on Gulf Road. At approximately 9:15 hours, victim A's cell device is near Gulf Road and Prospect Avenue. Victim A's cell phone device then remains near that area where her body was found. See, the North 15 West 28300 Gulf Road. That's how we know she was in that area, because her cell phone places her there and her body was later found there, right? So they have the surveillance from Quick Trip and the cell phone evidence from when they were there. So it says victim A's cell device then remains in that area from approximately 9:15 to 10:53. Are you taking notes? This is the area where her body is later found by law enforcement on the 9th of September of 2022. I might even take notes now. 9:15 to 10:53. Okay. On the 23rd of August of 2022, from approximately 10:53 to 11:04. Yeah, sorry, I'm just like timeline. Okay, 10:53 to 11:04, victim A's cell device travels back to the apartments at Delafield Street. The general route victim A's cell device takes is eastbound I-94, so her body is left there, but her phone travels back to his apartment, right? Eastbound to South Grandview Boulevard to eastbound Northview Road to southbound Delafield Street to the apartments. The defendant is then seen on surveillance video entering the apartment complex alone at 11:04 hours. Let me sip some water. Stefan says, so he left the crime scene at 10:53, right? Yeah, and he returned home alone, but with her phone. Victim A's cell phone remains at the residence between the 23rd of August and the 1st of September. On the 1st of September, the 2nd of September, and the 4th of September, victim A's cell phone leaves the apartment complex on Delafield Street for some time. At approximately the same times that victim A's cell phone leaves and returns to the apartment complex on those days, the defendant is seen on surveillance footage leaving and returning as well. Like, what a dumbass, really. At no time is victim A seen on surveillance video during those 2 days. 2 days, but they listed like 3 days. But okay. The 1st, the 2nd, and the 4th. While there are some lengths of time without any location data, it does not appear victim A's cell device leaves the area of the apartments on Delafield Street for the remainder of the records obtained, with the last record being the 14th of September of 2022 at approximately 18:57 hours, so 6:57 p.m. Detective Schroeder could also tell in reviewing the cell phone records that there were several times that victim A's voicemails were being checked. This occurred after the 23rd of August of 2022 when victim A was last seen and after the 9th of September of 2022 when victim A's body was discovered. So, even after her body was found, it appears that the defendant was checking her voicemails still. Stefan said, so he was near the physio from 9:15 a.m. to 10:53, still a.m., yes. Okay. Residential search warrant. On September 17th of 2022, detectives executed a search warrant at the apartments in Waukesha, Wisconsin. During the search of the residence, law enforcement located victim A's cell phone. Also located in the residence was victim A's pink water bottle and black purse that she left the apartment with on August 23rd of 2022. We saw pictures of that today. Detectives located victim A's wallet and banking cards in her purse. Investigation showed that her cards had not been used after the 23rd of August of 2022. There were other items of evidentiary value seized during the execution of the search warrant, including the defendant's Toyota Tacoma. Interview with the defendant. The defendant was taken into custody on September 17th of 2022. He was only actually arrested a year later. But anyway, he was taken into custody, was read his constitutional rights, and agreed to waive the same. The defendant was asked the last time he'd seen victim A, and he said he didn't know the last time he saw her, and said it was weeks ago. The defendant continued stating that he was feeling sick to his stomach, and that he had a bad feeling. Yeah, you said the same to your lovers online. And they told you, well, if you get called in for an interrogation, just remember, stay calm. Okay, you'll make more sense if you're calm. Detectives attempted to clarify when he last saw victim A, and the defendant stated he could not recall the exact time that he last saw her. The defendant then claimed that victim A was threatening self-deletion all of the time, and that really got to him. The defendant informed detectives that he had a child in common with victim A, identified as victim D, but stated that he had not spoken with her recently. The defendant said the last time he spoke with victim D was in July or August of 2022. The defendant claimed that earlier that summer, while victim A had been in the Wisconsin Dells with her family, that victim A went out into the woods and they had to find her in the woods. Detectives attempted to confirm this information with both victim A's family and law enforcement and found no evidence that this incident occurred as the defendant claimed. The defendant was again asked about the last time he saw victim A, and he stated that it had been longer than a couple of weeks, but didn't remember exactly where he last saw her. The defendant then stated, why? Where is she? Detectives indicated, I think I read it the exact same way, right? We read it yesterday. She's like, why? Where is she? Oh, now you want to know. It's only your girlfriend of like 20 plus years. What? I don't know where she is. What do you mean? Detectives indicated to the defendant that victim A was missing. The defendant said he heard something on social media that there'd been an abduction in Delafield in the last few days. Oh, this guy thinks on his feet, hey? The defendant said he didn't talk to victim A's family, and that the only person he talks to is victim D, which is his own daughter. During the interview, the defendant said, now I'm really worried. I actually wanted to call the parents, and I was also thinking about coming in and making some type of report. But with all the things that have happened to me in the past, I started thinking, well, right away, you know. No, they don't know. Explain. How about you explain? They don't know. The defendant then said the last time he saw victim A was around the time they went out to look at purchasing beds. This story is a little sus to me that he inserts this. Was there a mattress in the back of that vehicle? I still wonder if he killed her in the back of the vehicle. On a mattress. And did he get rid of the mattress? Because why is he talking about this mattress? That just makes me go, whoo, red flag here. We haven't heard any such evidence. But it just makes me think. What do you think? Okay, listen. The defendant then said the last time he saw victim A was around the time they went out to look at purchasing beds somewhere in the middle of the previous month of August. But detectives tried to narrow down the time frame, and the defendant said, here's the thing. When I really got worried and didn't understand what was going on, is she put her purse in the back of my truck. You see that? In the back seat. And I took it out. But I didn't notice that the purse was there until I went to the car wash and cleaned. I didn't notice the purse because I just threw a bunch of shit in the back of my seat, bags and clothes and stuff. Dude, you're inserting stories without them even asking you this, okay? And this, we can ask some questions. Now, we do know he's lying about the purse being left there until he took his car in to be cleaned, because he was seen on surveillance on the day that Stephanie was last seen on August 23rd of 2022 carrying the purse inside the house. So he's lying. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Shh. We're going to get to that now, Judge. Just give us a moment. But just that story. Let's pin that in our minds, right? Because why is he inserting that story? He said, that's when I started thinking, well, this is, we're going to that now. This is strange, but she's done that before. She's left with her purse behind. She also left, so I'm thinking, well, okay, the purse is there. She's got her phone. She should be okay. So then I noticed when I get home, whenever I found the purse, that she left her phone and the iPad at my apartment. This guy is talking in circles. Now, if you want to hear the rest of this, we did it in trial prep, okay? Trial prep's on the playlist as well. Okay, who's ready? Who's ready to hear what the judge has got to say? I am. Here we go. I would think you are too, right? Okay, wait. Just close this. And here we go. Hi, Judge.
Footage that will be made a part of the file. It'll be, I think, like court's exhibit or something like that. It should be ready and prepared in a day or two. I noted that the jurors were there at, are our doors open? Right. The jurors were there at 3:01 and they left in the vans at 3:14. So it was about as long as we figured it would take. Any comment, any input from the state about the jury view process?
No, Judge.
All right. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. What's next? Who's next? And how long will that person take and what's involved?
Our next witness is GeorgeAnn Pavlons, Miss Pavlons' mother. I think that my direct of her would probably be 30 to 45 minutes. At the jury status, the court indicated that we may do voir dire of Miss Pavlons prior to her testimony regarding what the defense was seeking to, I guess, elicit from her regarding the mental health history of the victim. So that is the state's next witness.
All right. And what do you think I should do in regards to, it's almost 10 minutes to 3:47 now. Should we start? And what do you think I should do? Should we go and have direct of her and then have cross tomorrow? I'll ask, first of all, Mr. Wolff or Mr. Galleries.
Judge, it seemed like it would make sense for her sake. I mean, taking into account how this must be affecting her, just to do it all at once, maybe tomorrow morning, rather than her go up there, feel bad, and then tomorrow morning feel bad again.
Judge, I guess the state's preference would be to do the voir dire this afternoon while we have her and send the jury home, and then start fresh with her testimony in the morning, so that we know all the parameters of her testimony prior to her getting on the stand.
All right. Then what I'm going to do is bring the jurors in and release the jurors first, okay?
Yes.
All right. Yes, sir? Mr. Wolff? Oh, okay, that's a yes. Okay. That's what I'm going to do, and we're going to do talk to her about the parameters of her testimony, okay? So we'll have the bailiffs bring the jurors in.
Hi, jurors. Bye,
We're going to
jurors.
start at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Is that supposed to be a joke? Yes.
What's the question?
It is my preference to start on time and at 8:30, and that's what I thought was going to happen.
I didn't know
today.
if the court was going to ask them to be here at 8:15. I was just trying to clarify.
Probably start at 8:30.
Thought maybe he had other matters.
For those who weren't here this morning, we intended to start at 8:30, but we had a wayward juror and didn't get going till 9:45 or so.
Again, just letting them know. There's hot mics all round. Okay? Camera person, please know that. Just letting you know. And this is just a wayward juror. The juror wandered off back to their work. And they had to call them in like, hello, you've got jury duty. They're like, oh.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. When can I talk to you for a second? Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much for being here today. We're going to break today. I'm going to send you home. We have some legal matters that we have to take up, and it's 10 minutes to 4 right now. I've been told that our next witness is probably going to be pretty lengthy, and that probably more lengthier witness in terms of time, and rather than stop, and then restart again tomorrow, I think everybody's time is better served to start up with the witness tomorrow morning at 8:30, right? And please, tomorrow, I just talked to Mike, and he told me that he usually wants you to meet in the cafeteria. And my understanding of his instructions are that you meet there in the cafeteria. Even if you're late, stay in the cafeteria, and he'll be back to pick you up. So I'm going to ask you to be here in a time frame such that we can start at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and that means probably get there about 8:15 or so at the latest, and then Mike will bring everybody over as a group. So I will tell you once again and admonish you, there's cameras here. They've been here throughout the proceedings. You may have seen cameras at the jury view as well. Media has a right to be at where we are and watch what's going on. They've been directed not to identify or even show your faces, right? That's the standard operating procedure, just in case you were wondering about that. So again, remember what I said on the first day. Go home, don't talk to anybody about evidence, about what you've heard in the courtroom. Wait until you deliberate amongst yourselves, and then when you're all done, you can say anything to anybody that you want about the proceedings and the trial and the witnesses and so on. But at this time, I'll admonish you, please do not do so. Follow Mike's directions. He'll be here tomorrow. I don't think Kevin's going to be here tomorrow. I don't know. No? Okay. Nice to see you. Anything else from the state before we break?
No, Judge.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, follow Mike's instructions about your books. He's going to lock them up overnight and so on. All right, thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow at 8:30.
Sure you have any personal items with you?
I like this, Josh. At 8:30. Okay. He says it with a smile, but he means it. You better be here at 8:30. Okay, everybody, you can feel it. He's just like, oh, okay. So tomorrow they'll start then, but now they're going to do the voir dire, the questioning of Stephanie Pavlons' mother, because the defense doesn't want her to say certain things, and they need to discuss the parameters of her testimony. So let's see I think we'll get to see that.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Let me just check my notes on something. All right, so your next witness, I'm sorry, what's her first name?
GeorgeAnn.
GeorgeAnn Pavlons, right?
Yes.
And our goal here is to determine the parameters of her testimony. And how do you want me to do that exactly at this point? And I'll ask the defense in just a moment.
Well, Judge, I have met with Ms. Pavlons, and I have an understanding of what the state would like to ask her. I think it would be appropriate for the defense to ask Ms. Pavlons questions, particularly related to Stephanie Pavlons' mental health. That seemed to be the line of questioning that they intended to ask and was part of the motion in limine that never got, I guess, expanded upon. So that would be my suggestion.
All right. And who's going to handle her? Mr. Galaviz, what do you expect we should do, or what do we need to do, sir?
Just ask her specifics as to Stephanie's mental health issues from birth until the moment she passed away.
That's what your intent is?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I think from birth until her time of death is much too broad. I mean, the court has limited other things from 2003. I don't think that the entire history, she was in her 40s at the time of her death.
Mr. Galaviz, your response to that?
Well, I'm not quite sure if Stephanie suffered mental health issues from a child till the moment she passed away, or if it began when she was a teenager, or it began when she was in high school.
What's the relevance of, let's say, at age
Yeah, relevance, please.
18? When did she meet Mr. Pahl? I heard it was in 03, was it? Something like that?
I think the daughter was born in 03.
The daughter was born in 03. When did she meet Mr. Pahl?
And how old was Steph?
She's 21 when I met her.
21.
And so what age was she when she passed, in her mid-40s, early 40s?
44.
44? I don't see the relevance. I can see the relevance, but the probative value I don't see if we're going to explore her mental health from birth for purposes of this trial. I mean, your position, my understanding, is that she had mental health problems, and my understanding of your position is that she was either suicidal or a repeat drug user. Is that correct, Mr. Galaviz? Is that my understanding of what your belief is?
Correct.
And that had something to do with her death, correct?
Correct.
I'll allow you to ask questions about the last 10 years.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's have Ms. Pavlons come on up. GeorgeAnn, is it? I'm sorry. Ma'am, if you come up to the witness stand, please, to my right.
Oh, my.
2020.
As if that has anything to do with her being murdered.
And then watch your step when you get up there, ma'am, please. Yeah. And if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please be seated, ma'am. Can you tell us your name, please?
GeorgeAnn Pavlons.
Okay, and we'll note for our record that the jurors are not present, that the purpose of her testimony at this time is to set a parameter or a framework for what she might testify about. And you are the mother of Ms. Pavlons, who's deceased, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Galaviz, why don't you ask some questions and we'll see where we are, okay?
Yes, sir. Ms. Pavlons, before I begin, I want to share my condolences to you and your family. But other than that, Steph lived with you the last 10 years of her life. Is that true?
Off and on.
Right, she lived with you and your husband at your home in Delafield?
Yes.
And during that time, she was getting treated for mental health issues, true?
That I couldn't answer.
Was she getting prescription drugs at all
Yes.
for mental health issues?
No.
What was her prescription drugs for?
She had epilepsy.
Is it like seizures?
Yes.
Was she taking any, because you picked up her prescription drugs at times too, correct?
Yes.
And the only drugs you picked up were for epilepsy?
I don't recall.
And while she was at home for the last 10 years, according to your comments to the police, she would talk about suicide?
Not on a regular basis.
But she did talk about that, true?
Yes.
She talked about killing herself, true?
Yes.
What exactly would she say? And when did and when did she begin talking about suicide?
Oh, I don't even know.
Within the last 10 years of her life?
It was very sporadic.
I know, but when did it begin? If you can remember.
I really can't answer that.
Was she talking about it shortly before her death, the years leading up to, 2 or 3 or 4 years before her death?
I don't think so.
Well, you remember in 2020 you had picked her up behind the Walmart where she was going to jump in front of a train?
Yes.
And that was just 2 or 3 years before her death, true?
Yes.
That was like October of 2020, true?
Could you repeat that?
That was around October of 2020, true?
I don't remember that.
But you remember going to pick her up behind the Walmart near the train tracks?
Yes.
Yeah, and as far as you know, you had to go she had summoned you there, true?
That she had called.
Because was she hearing voices about, or what did she tell you when over the phone?
I don't think she ever heard voices.
No, but what did she tell you over the phone that she said, you need to come and get me, I'm going to kill myself?
She was just upset with her situation.
So she was depressed.
Yeah.
Did you ever, to you now, did your husband also witness this depression or the suicide comments that Stephanie would make?
I don't think so.
She would only do it in front of you?
Yes.
And she obviously did it on the day you picked her up at the Walmart. Did she ever make those comments at your residence?
No.
It was only that one time at Walmart?
Yeah.
Oh, this is difficult. Hey, very, very difficult to listen to this crap. Oh my word, defense. Really? And you called her Steph as if you know her? Her name is Stephanie to your defense? And to everyone, you know what I mean? Except her family and people that knew her very well. Wow. Somebody said, just call me Kim. Are they implying she wanted him to take her out? No, I think they're going to go full-on victim blaming, saying that she went out into that wooded area and took herself out because based on the severe decomposition, they were not able to determine her cause of death. So the defense is going to victim blame to the highest degree, blaming the victim on her own death. This is unbearable to watch them question her mother this way, though. You know? Oh, shame.
When you were interviewed by the officers in August of 2022, you had, I think it was September of 2022, you had mentioned that she had been talking about suicide. So you weren't. Do you remember telling them that?
I don't recall.
You remember being interviewed by Detective Fredericks at your home?
Oh, yeah.
And you, according to your audio recording, you had said that she had talked about suicide for many years. She had talked about dying. You remember telling Detective Fredericks that?
No.
When Detective Fredericks conveyed to you in that conversation that she was discovered dead, your initial comments were that she had talked about suicide. Remember telling him that?
No.
But you could have said that. You just don't remember saying that.
I guess.
You remember her you telling the detectives that she had spent time at Rogers?
Yes.
And what year was that?
When she was 18, 17, 18?
Oh, she was a young youth.
Yeah, yeah.
Not recently.
No.
Do you ever remember driving her to her doctor's appointments?
Yep.
And those doctor's appointments were for her depression?
I drove her to a lot of doctor's appointments for whatever was ailing her. She would get shots in her neck, and she had different doctors that she went to.
But you don't recall what kind of medicine she was taking for her ailments?
No.
I have no further questions, Judge. Wait. Strike there. Apparently you were aware that your daughter was a cutter?
A what?
A cutter. She would cut her wrists?
Gosh, I don't remember.
Okay, some lessons with tact for the defense. Apparently you were aware that your daughter self-harmed. That could be a way to answer that, or ask that question, but it's still a terrible question. But like, damn, he just said it like the way that he just said it. Oh my word.
You remember Detective Fredericks calling you October 19th of 2022, and you again told him that Stephanie talked about committing suicide. You again talked about the Walmart incident. Do you remember that conversation on the telephone?
No.
About 6 minutes in the conversation, you talked about she having marks on her wrist that she would cut herself. You don't remember telling him that?
No.
Did you ever see marks on her wrist?
I'm not sure. I could have.
Do you know the last time you saw those marks on her wrist?
No.
I have no further questions, Judge.
State.
Thank you. Ma'am, the time that you were asked about with Walmart, you have no idea when that was?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And ultimately, you made contact with Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay. And did you bring her back to your house?
Yes.
Was she injured?
No.
Okay. In no way harmed? And do you recall how she reached out to you?
On her cell phone?
Okay. So she called you?
Yeah.
And you said she was upset about her situation. Did you know what her situation was that she was upset about?
Just the way Matt would treat her.
You were asked about Stephanie's mental health, and you said you were not aware if she was on any medications related to her mental health. Is that true?
True.
Okay. So you knew she had some medications. She had a number of different health conditions, but you didn't know what specifically those conditions were or what medications she was taking.
Correct.
Okay. And when you took her to doctor's appointments or you picked up prescriptions for her, did you look at what she was being prescribed?
Not really.
Okay. Did you go into the appointment to see the doctor with her?
No.
Okay. You just transported her?
Yeah.
Okay. You were just asked about Stephanie cutting her wrists. You said you don't know when that happened. What makes you remember that that happened at all?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you and Stephanie talk about her life or the details of her relationship?
No, she was pretty private person.
And if she was depressed, were you someone she would talk to?
I think so. She really didn't have any friends.
And do you recall Ms. Pavlons your daughter being suicidal in the last year that she was alive?
I don't remember.
Okay. Nothing that sticks out to you as something that was concerning?
No.
Have any other questions?
Anything else, Mr. Galaviz?
Just a few questions. Ma'am, you knew your daughter was taking Zoloft, true?
I don't know what she was taking.
But regarding suicide, you knew that she tried to kill herself in March of 2021, true?
I don't know what year it was.
But you remember she tried to kill herself at your home in March, where Matt actually drove over to the house?
Not really.
You don't remember that?
Nope.
You remember Zayla, your daughter, your granddaughter, Layla being at the house when this occurred?
Yeah, she lived with us.
So Layla was at the house in March of 2021?
No. I think she had already moved to Ohio.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Anything else from the state?
No.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That was terrible.
One second.
Oh, no shame. Just want to give her a big hug, right?
Okay. We've had a chance to hear Mrs. Pavlons talk about her daughter's mental condition. What do you think I need to do at this juncture? I'll ask the state first.
Well, Judge, I think a lot of what she testified to here would be hearsay, and I think I didn't object to that so that we could have an offer of proof, but I think if she were to testify about a lot of the things that the defense asked her about require her to provide hearsay answers. So certainly the state would be objecting to those types of questions in front of the jury. I think that there's very limited information that the defense can go into based on the court's ruling that they can ask about the last 10 years, and based on her answers, she provides very little information within that time frame.
What are you going to have her testify about?
The background of Stephanie and Mr. Pahl's relationship, that the time period that they were in a relationship, how isolated Miss Pavlons was socially, where she was living during this time frame when they would see her, how they helped her, how they came in contact with her, how often they would see her, things of that nature.
All right. Mr. Galaviz, any comments?
I think Mr. Wolff wanted to make the argument.
If I may.
Yes.
No, you, one witness, one lawyer, okay.
Well, Judge, I think...
Talk to each other first if you want to, but...
There you go. They're doing too quiet the
Well,
the hot mics. Nice.
Right. Judge, we're only going to go back to what she remembers, but also she did make statements to Detective Fredericks regarding suicide and things like that. So if she gets on the stand and says she doesn't remember, I'm going to play her clips of her telling Detective Rogers what Detective Fredericks, the statements that she made, that being the witness, made to Detective Frederick regarding Stephanie discussing suicide, which is also in the diaries that you're allowing in, where Stephanie talks about jumping in front of a train, talks about suicide in March of 2021, talks about in April of that same year wishing she would have taken the whole bottle. So, I mean, those are coming in through her diary that you're allowing into the state to had no objection to. So
I'm a little confused here because I remember, I think you all remember my surprise perhaps when there was discussions about what would be elicited or what was going to be presented to the jurors. And now I'm hearing that if, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'll use the first name, GeorgeAnn Pavlons says this is what Stephanie told me, the state's going to object. And when and if they object, I have to respond. And what Stephanie Pavlons told her would be, if there's an objection, inadmissible hearsay. But then likewise, I had earlier in these proceedings with the motions in limine asked about the contents of Miss Stephanie Pavlons' diary, and I was told that in essence each side wanted to get information in. And so, as I said, I think I said, if I hear an objection to hearsay, I'll deal with it when I hear that objection. If tomorrow during GeorgeAnn Pavlons' testimony she's asked a question that calls for, or elicits a hearsay response, I'll do whatever I have to do at that time. If later on someone's asking what was written in the diary and there is an objection, I'll respond to it accordingly. If I don't hear an objection, I have no response to make. So this issue was raised previously. It seems to me that much of what was asked, and I understand Mr. Galaviz, given the framework of what's previously been stated by the parties, that you felt that you have free range to ask about what Stephanie told GeorgeAnn. But if I get an objection, I'll respond accordingly tomorrow. That's all I can say, right? I mean, it seems clear to me that it is hearsay, and that if there's an objection, I'll respond, and if there continues to be questions calling for hearsay testimony, then I'll respond whenever it comes up. I don't know what else to tell you folks. I mean, that's the way it works. And if there's some tacit agreement to let what's in a diary in, that's a different question for me. And it appears to me that that is the case. But that's all I'll say. All right? Anything else from the state?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Be in those seats right before 8:30. Yes, it is my intent to start at 8:30.
Judge, I only asked that in case you had like a plea or some other matters on your calendar. I wasn't trying to be a smart aleck.
Oh, okay.
This time. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yep, there's the defendant. So tomorrow is going to be rough. I can hear it already, right? Tomorrow, what we just saw, how the defense was questioning Stephanie's mother, that's just the beginning. I think they're going to go there and play clips and do all sorts of things, right? Whew. Whew, okay, so that was already quite the first day. Thank you so much for watching day 1 with me. Are you ready for day 2? Shall we teleport to day 2? I've set it up, so if you've got your autoplay, there's like a toggle, right, to put your autoplay on. If that's on, you'll be automatically redirected to day 2 after the outro is finished playing. Or, alternatively, I'll put the link in the chat while the outro is playing, and you can click on that link and go there. If you get lost with either of those two options, just go to my channel, okay? The home page, go to the live stream page, you'll find the upcoming live stream. And I will see you there for day 2 tomorrow. They said they're starting at 8:30. We'll start about 90 minutes or so later, you know, something like that. We'll see. I'll just monitor the court feed and see how it's going so that we can defluff, hopefully. Please leave some comments below as well. I look forward to reading them. Thank you, mods. If you guys want to buy the mods coffees, if you want to buy me coffees or maybe Grizzly Cat or whatever you want to do, support the work that I do, you can go to grizzlytruecrime.com. That's my website, and you can find all the links over there. Thank you, mods, for everything. I know there was quite a long-ish day. Not too bad. And I'll see you all for day 2 tomorrow, and we continue the fight for justice for Stephanie Pavlons. Bye, everyone.